I should turn sugar popcorn down a tiny bit. Longsword, I see you in chat. I've had my interface open, so when I saw it move, I was like, what the fuck? Also, since you're the only one here, let me run an ad. And also refresh my manager so it actually displays the correct information. Alright. I'm gonna hurry up and real quickly do my shit. My promo stuff. Hello, hello. I've got my dual monitor set up and I'm doing multiple things at once. Oh god. Okay. As soon as I do my promos, then we're fucking in it. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and it's been almost 30 minutes. I don't like posting promos over other people, but it's been almost 30 minutes. I can handle that. I can handle that. Yeah, that's not the promo. There we go. Me almost posting in the wrong fucking chat, more likely than you think. We are in it to win it. I am here to get Stanford. Stanford Pines. I want you. Country boy, I love you. God, I hate that video so much. It's so funny, but I also hate it. Alright. Swing over stands. Why do I keep typing D when I want to type S? Go get your Manford. Stanford the Manford. Okay. Blue sky has been posted. Twitter has been posted. And now for the longest one. Which isn't that much longer, it's just semi-long. Because I have to do all the tags. my tags on my last post. Hold on. There we go. Tumblr is done. Fuck yeah. Sounds a little low today. Hold on. Because I never change the settings. So it's either me mumbling or... Yeah, because I'm almost peaking. Hold on. There, I turned it from 0.87 to 0.88. Howdy people, the rock's been thrown into chat once again! How's it going? There you go. Yeah, I think it's because I was mumbling. Sorry. Hi. That sounds back to normal. It's either the mumbling or the 0.1 really fucking helped. Alright, I'm back. I'm drinking. Right now I don't have alcohol in the drink, but that will change, and I drank alcohol earlier, so, my 1 can of soda exactly filled this glass, so I'm trying to, like, drink a little bit of it before I put in the alcohol so it doesn't overflow. I also had to put on chapstick because, ooh, it's so dry over here. I'm gonna be half lurking. That's the best I can do. Work's been busy. You're totally fine. I got off early. I was supposed to get off about now, but I got off 2 hours early. Made myself some lunch, made myself some drinks, bought some cheese and soda because we were low. And I'm still waiting to do my Thanksgiving shopping because I get 25% off versus 10% off my stuff after Friday. So, I'm still waiting on that. I was gonna say, you want to do a shot, but I got an interview in the morning. Yeah, longsword, that's not a great idea. I would say maybe keep that to yourself. This is not the only drinking stream I will do, I promise. Also, I don't have a shot glass. One day I'll get some stupid fancy shot glass. However, I could just drink straight from the bottle, which is going to be more than a shot probably, but next time. Neither do I just guess. I shake your hand. Doctor. Alright. You all know what time it is. I'm going to find a clown shot glass for you. Hold on, actually. Wait. Clown shot glasses. Hold on. Of course, Pennywise. Yeah, I know. I could realistically get a Pennywise shot glass at, like, Spencer's. They're ridiculously easy to find. ICP. There's one with a goldfish. Elect a clown, expect a circus. Oh my god. God, there's so many what the fuck is this? Man, I'm down a rabbit hole now. You really started. Hoi. Ah. Oi. Hi, Justin. Hi, Lucky. I lost my Switch and games at a French hotel. The French stole your Switch. Oh no. Hi, Knuckle. Man, whenever I play the like stupid like romancy stuff, that's when people come out in droves. Is that my audience? I fully recovered. Yay! You fully recovered from the sickness. Sword, I'm sure anyone would miss you. You seem like a fun guy, and you're not even a mushroom. Anyway, enough looking at clown shot glasses on Google. We're here for the Grunkle deity. Lucky, did you and River watch Gravity Falls? Downside though is that my laptop is full on dead. Oh no. I did. Ah. Yeah, I feel like you would like that show. So I can see that, Lucky. It's a very mysterious show. I feel like most of the Cosmic Crew would like it. If they haven't already seen it, obviously. It's got a very Monday Night Fridays vibe to it. It's a good show. It is. It has snappy writing. I love it. The writing is probably my favorite part of the show, honestly. Which is... Usually I like shows for their animation, or sometimes characterization, but this show I like it for the writing. Like, I like it for everything, but the writing... Man, writing is usually only good on, like, some characters, but this show was good on basically every character. I love it. Shame it didn't get the sequel. I must have forgot it when we were checking out. Oh. I will say... Disney was gunning, like, they were about ready to, like, force Alex Hirsch to try to make more Gravity Falls, and he was like, no, I don't want to. You guys suck. Like, he only wanted, he basically was like, I want to control the story, and I know 2 seasons are guaranteed, so I want to wrap up in 2 seasons. I don't want to get canceled. Like, I don't want to go on for 4 seasons and get canceled mid-season or pushed to the side because I'm not making the, like, views anymore. Like, I just want to tell my story. And I'm like, good on you, Alex. I like you. You're a good man. Yeah, Longsword, they sent emails. They were talking about it in, Lunar's, chat. They were saying they sent emails to the French hotel and they're hoping that they still have them. That does suck that you were a whole ass, like, your country's away. And man, my music actually fits perfectly for the fucking game. However... Haha. So, we are going to get right into it, and I'm gonna use my keyboard. We're gonna go back in. I'm switching to Discord so I don't bog your chat. No! No, Lucky, no. Please, bog my chat. It gets me more recognition. More comments equals more, circulation in the Twitch system. They're like, oh, this person's got an active chat. Let me bump them. Never be sorry for chatting, even if it's off topic, unless I tell you no. If I haven't told you no, please keep going. little business strategy. They tried their absolute hardest to kill Owl House. Yeah. I still need to watch Owl House. Watching Psyche K and you, and I'm getting cheered up. Oh, good. Longsword with the strats. Should I reread the intro? Because we already read it last time. Should I have my meet cute again? Or should I just skip straight to the dialogue? Capitalistic clown thriving on my misery. I'm sorry, Lucky, but I'm monetizing your sorrow. Part of me wants to skip. Because we already know what happens. But another part of me wants to read it again. I'll read it again. If you guys want me to skip, let me know. I'm gonna read it again, though, for now. Ah, good old road trips. Full of promise and ripe with potential for adventure, soul-searching, and incredible scenery. They learned capitalism from Gert! No, I didn't! I had it in me all along! This is my corruption arc! This is the monster I have caged inside. At least one of them. I feel like I have one for every single deadly sin. The lustful one wins very often. In fact, it might win today. Okay, you have a friend in France. That's cool. Or at least that's what you thought before the novelty wore thin. As of now, your legs are cramping up. You've exhausted your travel playlist 2 times over, and your stomach is begging for something to eat. On top of all that, you're pretty sure you're lost. Driving through Oregon paints a picture of trees, and more trees, especially on the endless winding roads that you're taking up north. All that breaks the pattern is a sign that zips past with words that you're just able to make out. Gravity Falls. I knew you were only posing as the nice secretary waiting to strike. No, I am the nice secretary. There's just the other half of me. Run. They're trying to claw their way out. I am the prison that keeps the evil inside. Oh, I'm sorry, Lucky. I hope things look up for you. Honestly, this morning, I was hit with like 30 minutes of seasonal depression, and I don't know why. Like, I wanted to listen to sad Christmas music and not go to work. But only for like 30 minutes. And I just sat there eating a chicken tender, just really slowly. And then finally it passed. Like, once I got back into, like, once I actually, like, I forced myself to get ready, and I got in the car, and I turned on some music, and I was like, you know what, I don't want to listen to sad Christmas music, I'm listening to 80s, like, new wave. And I jammed out the car, and immediately I was like, today's gonna be great! You know what, Lucky? We'll fill out that portfolio. We will make you the best portfolio, we'll fill it out with stuff, and no one can reject you after a while. You will be so skilled. Even if you feel like something's stupid. Uh-oh, my connection is bad! Oh no. R.I.P. The road continues on, giant redwoods looming on both sides. You find yourself anticipating something, because as you drive on, you can feel it. Something strange is bound to happen here. Something weird. It's gonna get weird. Guys, I'm so sad. Neil Cicerega almost did a song for Gravity Falls called It's Gonna Get Weird. And it's such a good song, but they had to cut it because of time. I'm so sad. It was supposed to replace the, like, weird Mageddon montage, and it was supposed to be a little longer. And, like, it was so cool. I'm so sad. There's a storyboard of it on YouTube. You can have a reference from foreign soils if needed. That's when it happens. Your car picks up speed. The change came out of nowhere, and you quickly put your foot to the brakes, but horrifyingly, the car seemed to be driving on its own willpower. Trying to stay calm despite the panic welling in your chest, you pull the emergency brake, only to find that the car resists and keeps moving forward, like something is pulling it. The car begins to rattle, the wheels screech against the country road, and you're screaming until into the side of a fucking building. Man, we've been here before, haven't we? This place looks familiar. Guys, I'm getting deja vu. There's smoke. And yet I don't have any cigarettes. Why is there smoke? You cough, fumble for the door, and manage to undo the lock just before the door is wrenched outward from your grasp. Something lands on your shoulder. A hand. Are you alright? There you are! You're gonna get dated so hard! You! I gave Stan all my time last time, now it's your day. The sounds of Cruel Summer Stare playing in the distance. A man stands at your open car door. His hand on your shoulder leaves to tilt your head up, and he pulls a flashlight from his coat, shining it in your eyes. 2 blinks, and he lets your chin go. His eyes dart over to the rest of you, looking for injuries. Still stunned, all you do is watch. What's your name? We were Ticket, so we're gonna go back to being Ticket again. Yeah, we're gonna be Ticket again. And your pronouns? What am I feeling today? Well, I think the same as last time, just to keep continuity, because I don't really care today. Yeah, let's go. Ticket, I'm Stanford Pines. Ford for short. I would shake your hand, but you look shaken up enough as it is. You seem fine, as far as I can tell, but you shouldn't head back out there anytime soon. Where on earth were you driving in such a hurry? You open your mouth to explain when a voice calls from inside the house. Poindexter, this better not be one of your experiments again. I've had this place rebuilt too many times to... The owner of the voice walks out of the house and stops Slingshot at the side of your car. In the sight of your guessing, his house. Here's a ticket, Longsword. Welcome to Gravity Falls. Welcome to the Mystery Shack. You must have hit your head earlier because you could swear you're seeing double. Sweet Moses, Ford! You've done it this time! What? This had nothing to do with me. I was testing my magnet gun, and... It must have pulled this victim of circumstance into the house. I suppose it is entirely my fault. I'm incredibly sorry. I don't know why I keep wanting to be like, J. Jonah Jameson voiced Ford. That's one of my favorite parts about him. But it's not J. Jonah Jameson. Like, yes it is. Yes, he did play J. Jonah Jameson. But that's not the actor's name. Kolama, go punch the evil little blonde kid. Gideon. Ooh. J.K. Simmons, yeah. What do you think he's just kidding about? I'm putting alcohol in my drink. It's finally time. It's finally at the perfect level where I can... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, that's way too much. Hold on. Oh, that's so much. The alcohol's great, so I don't mind, but ooh, I made that drink way stronger than I meant to make it. Let's go. The lemon lime flavor has now changed to straight up orange. Empty glass is not the perfect a level for a mixed drink. No, actually, it was halfway down, but then I accidentally put like a quarter's worth of the glass, like, as far as the alcohol goes. I'm almost halfway done with this triple sec. Considering I've only maybe cracked it open 4 or 5 times, including today. Ah! There's the crab rave. Every time someone did it that wasn't Lucky, I was just like, oh, it's not Lucky. He's not here. I miss the Lucky crab rave. It's so nice. I'm gonna reassure him. I like your crab rave, like it's like your signature. No, he was with me. I know, Longsword, but you're the one who redeemed it. So I didn't see him in chat, so it didn't count. Unsure of why you're reassuring this mystery man who just wrecked your car, you give an awkward shrug. Omnia says the same thing about my fart reaver. We all have our little sounds. It's alright? No. I must have done something wrong. A wire mix-up, perhaps. Or the potentiometer. They're talking about your other mistakes, Sixer. Oh, right. Hey, look. It's fine, alright? Sure, there's a dent in the hood from the shack signage. and a crack in the windshield that looks like an ominous triangle, but I'm sure she'll still run. You try to start up the car. It sputters, but ultimately nothing happens. You feel like crying. Oh. Well, let's call a tow truck for this unfortunate soul and forget I'll take care of it. You're right. It is cheaper to tow it yourself. Sixer, get that magnet gun out again. No, Stanley, I'm going to fix this. What? Ha! You fix this mess? I figured out a few alien vehicles in my time. Nah, you kidding me? It takes some sort of miracle worker to bring this baby back to life, and this miracle worker's on vacation. Stanley, a moment. And the brothers have their little powwow, and I'm just left over here, looking at my car, having a mental crisis, needing a drink. Whew. The alcohol isn't even like, the alcohol flavor isn't strong and it doesn't have that much of a burn. It's just I know how much is in there. And I can taste how much is in there. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun stream. Ford and Stanley turn away and you're left to your thoughts. Who can anticipate a car accident like this in the middle of a road trip? You can take care of the car, but how are you gonna get home? They run buses out here, right? You take a bus out here and then... Ford clears his throat, shifting a little awkwardly in place. Seems like they finished their talk. So there are a few options. My brother Stanley here could drive you out of town to find a place to stay for the night. Or you could stay the night here. We have some maps and information you can look at in the gift shop, and in the morning we can help you with your car. What do you say? Just as you're about to answer, another high-pitched voice comes from inside the house. Grunkle Stan, picture this! A whole week of... Oh my gosh! The girl that runs out of the house comes to a halt at the side of your car. Oh great. Grunkle Ford? Why is it everyone automatically thinks I'm at fault? This time it is my fault. But I've invited Ticket here to stay with us for the night if he'd like. I'm sure I can fix this. I just have to figure out how. Stanley sighs. I can take a look. Being on vacation's pretty boring, and the old Stanmobile hasn't needed to tune up yet. Wouldn't be too bad to work on something in the meantime. Thank you, Stanley. I'm sure I could put something together from the gadgets I have laying around if you need any specialized tools to help you with the job. And let me introduce myself. I'm Mabel. You can ask me anything. I pretty much know everything there is to know about this place. Wait, hold on. I haven't even said anything yet. I appreciate your offer to let me stay. And repair your car. Yeah, it'll be as good as new in my hands. I mean, look at that Stanmobile. She's been through the ringer who knows how many times, and she's still a beaut. He points out a red car parked a distance away. You can't really see how beautiful it is at this distance, but he sounds really confident. Fortuitous! Free repairs, free lodging. There's no better deal to be found, and if things don't work out, the town probably has some sort of auto repair shop you can head to instead. Well, I accept. Thanks for the help. And my apologies again. What an embarrassment. I must have made such an elementary mistake. Alright. We are Stanford focused. Ford focused. God damn it, it was right there! And I said it by accident. This reminds me of that stupid meme where it's like, don't wish me a happy Honda days when you know we celebrate, what's that other fucking... Toyotathon. That's what it was. It was Toyotathon. He was like, don't wish me a happy Honda days. You know our family celebrates Toyotathon. Instead of like, don't wish us Merry Christmas. We celebrate Hanukkah. So stupid. As the pines lead you inside the house, Mabel leaves her number in your phone for you to call whenever, and you find out that Ford's twin goes by Stan. This part's the house, but just outside that door's the mystery shack. Hey, you ever been to the Mystery Shack before? I wanted to, actually. I saw a bumper sticker while I was on the road and got curious. You're interrupted by a loud and triumphant, "Ha! Those bumper stickers were a good investment. Sixer says they're too plain and graphically simplistic and don't even have an address on them, Stanley. How's anyone supposed to find the place to attract customers? Sixer, did you hear that?" Well, they are graphically simplistic. I don't know how he found the place, let alone thought, "What is the Mystery Shack?" was compelling. I kinda liked it. See? He kinda liked it. Hey, I like you, Ticket. How about I give you a tour sometime tomorrow? Regular price. Tomorrow? Then I'll have to squeeze all my get-to-know-you questions in today! Ticket, tell me, capybara, yes or no? Yes. Put an orange on his head. Give him a hot tub. Beautiful boy. At that moment, a boy passes in the hallway. There's a weird noise outside. Oh my god. It sounds like a UFO. What the fuck is going on? For a second I was like, is my tinnitus kicking in? But no, I can hear everything else just fine. It might be. God, I hope so. At that moment, a boy passes in the hallway at the far doorway, and Ford calls out to him, "Dipper, my boy, I'm surprised I didn't see you run out to the scene of the crime." Crime? What crime? I have an alibi, I swear. Oh, you have someone with you. Hey, haha, I'm not suspicious at all. Did you guys see that car in the side of the shack, though? For a second, I thought the Manitars were back with a grudge. Yes, about that. Dipper, meet Ticket. I've, stranded his car here by accident. He's staying here for the time being. Sorry, stranded his car here? You crashed it? Yeah, the S in the shack fell on it and everything, and the windows are cracked. One window, the windshield. And Ticket was lucky to make it out alive. He's fine. No injuries, thankfully. The magnet gun's rather safe, despite never having been tested in a formal setting. Yeesh. Did you not, take safety precautions or anything? Actually, the irony of the situation is that I was trying to install a safety precaution. Hey, if you two are gonna do your nerd talk, I'm gonna get Tickets set up. Mabel, sweetie, why don't you show Ticket around? Let him stay in, the storage room. Still empty, right? I'll make it empty! The rest of the day consists of Mabel showing you the storage room you'll be staying in, then the kitchen, and the living room, and the hallway, and the bathroom, and pretty much a comprehensive tour of the mundanities of a regular house. Eventually, you find out that the family is more extended than you knew. The decorative doilies makes a lot more sense knowing a grandmother normally lives here, and her grandson Zeus. Or was it Zeus? Whatever the name, you look forward to meeting him when he comes for work in the morning. Jesus! When you go up to the attic, Mabel opens the door to reveal Dipper, nose stuck in his book, but you catch him occasionally glancing up at you as he pretends to read. The next member of the family snorts up at you from Mabel's bed, a rotund pink pig, whom Mabel declares is her best friend and partner in crime, Waddles. The two are a perfect match, right down to the chubby cheeks and poopable noses. In the evening, though you'd still been in disbelief over the state of your car. Imagine you're having your family dinner, and you look just off to the right, and it's your car in the side of a house, the house that you're in, so you just see the hood of your car. So you're just like, oh god. This game is pretty well written. I love this game so goddamn much. It's such a good game. I'm so glad I came back to it. Even though you'd still been in disbelief over the state of your car, the family dinner and after-dinner TV marathon you'd been invited to made it seem like a normal guest stay, rather than a forced circumstance. Rather than a forced Airbnb. Returning to the storage room Mabel had shown you earlier, you find an air mattress waiting for you, and more pillows and sheets than a summer night warrants. I'll still get under the sheets, I mean... I need them. You wake to the weak glare of sunlight streaming in through the small high window on the wall. You can't remember your room having this kind of feature, or any hotel or motel room for that matter. And then yesterday comes crashing back to you. You know what? Speaking of well written, this game gives the vibes of like a fan fiction or even Dream or just something where it's like, yeah, it's spicy, but you have to get through like 50 chapters of build up. But like it's so well written, you're so into the build up that you don't even like you knew the spicy stuff was coming and then it hits and you're like, "Oh my god." And you're like more into it cuz there's so much build up. It's like me with Stan's Kiss. I was so into it just because we had been like there for 5 hours. You tried to leave the stands, but you could not quit them. I can't quit you. You glance at the time to see you've slept into the afternoon. Experiencing the accident yesterday must have left you tired out. That was not an excuse to yawn, physical form. Despite having been assured yesterday evening that you were free to anything in the fridge, you still feel like you're imposing on the Pines family and try preparing as polite a guest breakfast as you can. You wash your dishes in the sink before you leave, and just as you're about to exit the kitchen, you bump into Ford. Excuse... Oh. You're... Yes. From yesterday. Of course. For a good solid moment, Ford regards you in awkward silence. I'm gonna kiss you, old man. Just you wait. Just you wait. You're not gonna know what hit you. Ford clears his throat. I believe Stanley's taking a look at your car outside, if you want to be there for it. You give a nod and make to leave for real this time when Ford speaks up again. And, Ticket, I'm sorry again for the accident. If I had been smarter about, well, let's say it's entirely my fault, and you shouldn't worry about this at all. When it comes down to it, Stanley does have a knack for cars. I predict you'll be back on the road in a matter of weeks. Weeks. You can't keep the dismay off your face and can't really bring yourself to try to either. What am I gonna do with weeks? Ford, who'd gone kind of uncomfortable and closed off when your face fell, recovers at the prospect of a question he can answer. Well, there's the town to tour, of course. And the Mystery Shack. But if you ask me, all that pales in comparison to... Hold on, do you hear that? Ford turns to the kitchen doorway to investigate. Sounds like... The sound comes again, and this time you hear it as well. The squeal of a pig, followed by a pair of quick footsteps running down the stairs. Waddles tumbles past the open kitchen doorway, and Mabel comes into view soon after, a few sheets of paper clutched in hand. He's just checking you out like a library book! Imagine if some, like, nerd man with glasses was just like, babe, are you a library book? 'Cause I would like to check you out. I would actually cry. I'd be like, you know what? Sure, go ahead. I guess, 'cause that's kind of funny. I like that. Oh, things that I need to tell Pix at some point. Oh, man. You know, funny thing, I had these aviators, these really old aviators I found on the ground at some water park. And, just like a couple months ago, their lenses popped out. Because they were just so old and so busted up. And so I had to throw away the lenses. But the frame was still good. And I like the way the frame looks because they're aviators. However, without the lenses, because they're sunglasses, so they look cool with the dark lenses, but without those lenses, I look like a nerd. I'm just a little nerd man without my darkness covering my eyes. So, like, I now just use them as, like, when I want the feeling of, like, wearing glasses and I want to look cute, but I don't want to actually have lenses on because they fog up and it's really annoying. Life hack, pop the lenses out of glasses where the lenses are, like, cracked or whatever, and if you like how they look without lenses, just do it. Just do it. No one can tell you otherwise. Are you a library book? Because I want to keep you late and get Finn written all over you. Without my beard, I look like a thumb, and with my glasses, I look like someone on a register. Aww. I think you probably look fine. I just kind of look really samey as far as, like, Texas goes. I look like every other young Hispanic person, honestly, with, like, lighter skin. Ford steps quickly out of the kitchen. You follow into the doorway, getting there just in time to see the apparent tug-of-war between Mabel and her pig over a saliva-covered sheet of paper. The paper rips, and after nearly toppling backward from her efforts, Mabel recovers, snatching the scrap of ripped paper from Waddle's jaws and lifting both pieces up victoriously. Dev, I'm British. I have no clue what that looks like. Yeah, it's hard to describe. That's why I stopped trying to describe it. I've just got long brown hair. And the same skin color as every other, like, lighter-skinned Mexican. Like, the skin on my PNG tuber, that's, like, when I've had a semi-decent tan. But that's about right. And I got thick eyebrows. That's just how it be. That's why I like drawing thick eyebrows with characters. I'm like, haha, it's me for real, for real. The only Mexican I know is Eddie. I love Eddie. I want to say something he says so bad, but it's technically, well, I mean, it's a cuss word. It's not a slur, so it's fine. Chingon. I fucking love Eddie. He's fun. I love his videos. Honestly, Eddie is very stereotypically Mexican. Like, half the people in my family on the Mexican side that are men, as like all the men with the darker skin basically look like Eddie. Knew you were gonna say that, yeah. No mames way. That's what I could have said. I could have said no mames way. I was like, there's something else I could say that's safer, but haha. Mabel wins again. Now I just gotta find Grunkle Ford. Ford, who'd run over and held out a hand to steady the energetic child when she'd been in danger of toppling over, now finds a number of crumpled sheets of paper shoved into his hands. Mabel tugs urgently at his coat. Grunkle Ford, you've got to help me! Ford kneels down to face Mabel with a serious, though concerned look. Slow down, Mabel. What's the matter? Did you see the Conjuring House vid? Oh man, a long time ago. I haven't seen it in a while. It's been too long. But I have seen it because Pix also likes watching Eddie, so usually whenever we're bored and there's like videos that they haven't seen of Eddie's, then we'll watch that. We'll either watch Eddie, Markiplier, Sam and Colby, or like meme compilations, or Snapcube. That's usually what we end up watching. Dipper found a stack of pages from your old journals, and I walked in and Waddles ran up and started eating one, and he must have been chewing on it to warn me, Grunkle Ford, because look! Mabel takes the ripped halves of paper back from Ford's hands and joined them together, holding it up for Ford to see. I see. And you took it as a warning. Sam and Colby, that's... They're reacting to someone else's experience. Then I'm not sure if I've seen that, because I know, didn't the boys actually go somewhere, though? Like, they went to a haunted place, and it had, like, I remember seeing Eddie go somewhere, and he was like, no. 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 Like, no, like, he's the true Mexican, where he was like, no, I don't want to be here. Yes, it says here that he eats small dogs, and Waddles is a small pig, but he sort of looks like a dog from far away, and Waddles must have feared for his life. Waddles seemed to second this notion with a snort. Or not, as it seems the pig is lounging adorably a short distance away in the hallway. They were at the Conjuring House a few weeks before Sam and Colby. Oh. Okay. You can't imagine what this dangerous predator could be. Some kind of wolf? Something bigger? You're suddenly not so keen on staying anymore. Remember the pterodactyl I told you about? Waddles was so scared that time, I can't let him leave my side. Pterodactyl? You suppose pigs are allowed in museums around here? How about I finish that repellent I never got around to completing? That'll keep Waddles safe from harm. Mabel flops down the floor in relief. Grunkle Ford, you're an actual lifesaver. Waddles, you have nothing to fear. Ford chuckles, lifting himself out of the kneel and standing back up. One Monday Night Friday, Dev just reacted to spooky content. Honestly, that would be fun. The asylum where he walked out. Yeah, no, I'm thinking about that video because I don't think I've seen the Conjuring House. I think I saw the asylum because they like had the sleeping bags and everything. All right, I'll go get my recipe. Ford turns to leave, and you suddenly remember that with nothing better to do for the weeks that you're going to be here, it wouldn't hurt to get to know Ford. He seems to know. He seems to know. I thought I was gonna either burp or yawn or something, and it never came. Oh god. Oh god. Whew, I forgot how much alcohol was in there. They've done a few places, to be honest. Yeah. I know I saw the Clown Motel video, because that video is still my fucking favorite. I love their Clown Motel video. After seeing Sam and Colby's and comparing experiences, they want to really step up the ghost hunting. Oh, the boys are gonna go ghost hunting some more? Cause that's cool. I love Sam and Colby bringing out like more ghost hunting people, but like good ghost hunting people. Like they make people want to like actually have good experiences at these places and do good things. I like that. I don't like people who are chasing clout or like just going to these places like I can't tell if someone's is vacuuming downstairs or if someone's leaf blowing outside. Someone's vacuuming. Okay, that's what it is. Have you seen Sam and Colby's Conjuring House? They went to the Conjuring. I've seen their Conjuring House videos from like past seasons, but this last one that they just did where they spent the whole week there, I have only seen the very last video because Pix didn't watch the rest of them with me. She simply showed me the last one. Just because she was watching the other videos with her other girlfriend, Faye. And so I, at the time, was just kind of peeking in, so I ended up missing all the other videos, and so I made it at the end. Hi, Court. Speaking of Court, I'm gonna run an ad. The jig is up. What do you mean the jig is up? I'm trying to fuck an old man. Get out of here. Get out of here. He seems to know what there is to do around town anyway, and you'll need that to not die of boredom in the first week. Or, more pressingly, you could go check on your car and see what's— No. I'm getting to know Ford! We did Stan last time! I've only seen the highlights from the boys, but I want to watch it in full with my dad. What I've seen so far has blown me away. Sam and Colby good. I like Sam and Colby. They genuinely would be good Monday Night Frights content. Ford, wait. Need a hand with that recipe? I can handle it myself. Are you sure you couldn't use a hand? Ford looks away then, and you follow his averted line of sight to Mabel, who just mouthed something that you couldn't catch. She's like, "You fucking pussy! Let them help!" Something along those lines. She would just, like, kick him in the shin and be like, he would love the help! When she catches you looking her way, Mabel gives you a 100-watt smile, the picture of innocence. Ford rubs the back of his neck. Yes, I suppose I can accept some help. And with that, assured that Ford is on the task, you spot Mabel rolling away with Waddles into the living room. Before we get started, I suppose I should give you an introduction. Ticket, tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? I want to believe! I want to believe! If you guys know those posters where it's like, I believe, and it's the alien, I saw an edit that just said, I want to believe. And I don't know why, but it sends me every single time. Yes, I like the supernatural. Well, you're about to come face to face with the unexplainable yourself. You see, Gravity Falls isn't some quiet, unassuming backwater town. Much more lurks below its surface. Ford pockets the crumpled journal papers and gestures for you to join him as he walks. You do, and follow him through the living room and into the gift shop. For example, you must have heard Mabel mention a pterodactyl. Most would say none exist in the living world today, but I say not if you know where to look. Ford reaches under the cashier counter and retrieves a packet of vintage-looking gum, inspecting it for a moment before slipping it in his pocket. He looks around in thought. Hold on to my explanation for a moment. I need to retrieve some more supplies. Ford ushers you out of the gift shop entrance so that you find yourself on the outside of the shack, then shuts the door behind you. Okay. Respect the man's privacy. A man can have his secrets. Stan has his car that we don't question. Ford has his secrets that we don't question. His little rituals. It's fine. It's fine. You, correctly and politely, just stand out there until Ford returns. You maybe scan the sky for a pterodactyl while you wait. Not too long later, the door opens behind you and Ford joins you outside, looking no different than before. He must have stored whatever supplies he went to retrieve in his coat, but the trench coat falls too naturally on his figure for him to be hiding much. Where were we? Ah, yes. Ford pulls a pen and pad of paper from his coat, walking as he writes. Just as you're about to head out, he stops and smacks his hand to his face. Oh, shoot. 1 second. Ford hurries back to the house, realizing he forgot one important component to this adventure. A butterfly net. Before you get a chance to ask, he strides out ahead of you, obviously in no mind to tell you what it's for quite yet. The pair of you walk past the shack and down a well-worn path into the trees surrounding the house, sunlight peeking between the pines. He double-checks whatever he scribbled onto the paper and tucks it back into one of his coat's seemingly infinite pockets. He stops and turns to face you with a definitive nod. Where's Seuss? When Seuss? When Seuss? I'm sorry, Kurt, this is a Grunkle's dating sim, so Seuss is mostly just mentioned, which he was mentioned earlier. And, like, you might get a dialogue thing from him once, but you're not gonna get much Seuss. Especially considering we are no longer on Stan's route, we are on Ford's route. So, if anything, we might get, like, a cameo from Fiddleford McGucket. Maybe. I hope so. God, I love Fiddleford McGucket. Old man McGucket, spitting in a bucket. I fucking love him. Crazy old man. Win Bill Cipher. God, I fucking wish. My recipe for repellent called for a sprig of lavender, 2 thin slices of a ginseng, a drop of bat blood, a chunk of amber, and 3.5 milliliters of ink. He pauses, staring down at the path in thought. Obviously, I already have all of those components on hand. All except for one last ingredient. A single moth swing from Mothman itself. Oh no! You can't help it, you gasp. Ford glances at you, and you think you see a hint of a smile before he turns back to the path and continues along, wind ruffling through his hair. I want to see Mothman! You see, Mothman is the very creature on that page that Waddles seems to fear. Using a piece of itself should ward it away, or at least lead it to believe that Waddles isn't for eating. I would have already completed the repellent years ago if I'd managed to collect that wing. Was it too difficult? No, I just never got around to it. Besides, Mothman used to come bat at this lamp I had lit out in the backyard. It seemed like such an innocent hobby that I never had the heart to chase it off. But if this brings Mabel and her pig a peace of mind, then the time has come to finish this. Sunlight filters in through the trees, causing dappled shadows across Ford's coat as he leads in front of you. Break the silence? How do you know so much? Twirls hair. How do you know so much? You're so smart. Aha. I study anomalies. Anything unusual, strange, and just plain weird. I began my research in this town because it was, and remains, a hotbed of paranormal activity. I made this exact trip years ago, though at the time I had no idea where I was going. It was just dumb luck that I managed to tail Mothman back to its cave from my backyard. Navigating the forest by moonlight is poetic, but not advisable. I made plenty of other discoveries as well, from fairies to gnomes, to amalgams, of creatures who were never meant to cross— wait. No, tell me about Mystery Flesh Pit! Tell me about Mystery Flesh Pit, Ford! Ford reaches into his pocket and pulls out the slightly crumpled pages Mabel had pushed onto his hand earlier, smoothing them out and shuffling through them. Take a look at these. They're more definitive proof than just my word. You accept the pages from him and find they're scanned pages from some sort of journal, just as you heard Mabel say. Fluid cursive tells of Mothman, beard cubs, scamp fires, and more. Ford gestures to them and explains. Fun fact! When the official journal came out, I actually got it for Christmas, and right after it was ordered for me, the blacklight version came out, and I'm pissed, because now I only have the normal version. I don't have the blacklight version! I do have the journal, though, which is cool enough. Because they printed the official one. It's so nice, and it's like, I spent a whole summer between like summer assignments for college. I spent that whole summer because I was really depressed, so whenever I was like not doing a school assignment, or I was really tired of doing these school assignments that was supposed to take all summer, I just started like decoding the journal just for fun. Some of them I had to look up, but most of them it was just like, okay, plug this into the cipher thing. Oh my god, the lore! It was so much fun. I miss it. Those were the days. I detailed my discoveries in a series of research journals. The remaining pages, at least. Wonder where Stanley was keeping these. You drew— ooh, yeah, no, I'm into drawing. You drew these? Yes, of course. Who else? The ink washes look so masterfully executed. My work now is far better, but I appreciate the compliment. Despite his understated words, Ford looks surprisingly pleased. Look, I'm a fellow artist. Artists lift up other artists. Were any of them? Let's see. You must have gotten to some crazy stuff back then. That's one way to put it. Only took 6 years for me to get in over my head. He takes a silent moment to look away from your gaze, seemingly in bittersweet remembrance. Were any of these creatures ever dangerous? Oh, extremely. Some were worse, dangerously annoying. Though Ford seems to find his own comment amusing, he doesn't fail to notice your unease. I do have weapons in case things escalate, so there's no need to worry. Man is strapped. Dude, I was upset with this cool journal I got from the London I can't tell if that's a misspelling or like a brand name. I apologize, Longsword. A spellbook theme, but it's blank pages, not lined. See, dungeons, okay. See, Longsword, I would be the opposite. I would be ecstatic Here, everything is lined. I want blank pages. I want blank pages, damn it. I swear my keyboard is giving out on me. It might be. You brought weapons? You're strapped? For real, for real? Not many. I have a stun gun, my fists, and my sharp wit. And these guns. I feel safer already. You didn't bring your magnet gun? No, that's so mean. Ask about the creatures. Ooh. Gnomes. Gremloblin, giant vampire bats floating out. Yeah, if I have to ask for one thing, it has to be about the gnomes. Other places have rats, mice, or insects as house pests. We have gnomes. Picture your typical garden gnome, but more disturbing. Yes! I can do more. It says here that Mothman turns into a bunch of moths? Yes, that's how we'll get the Mothwing. Then why not use mothballs as repellent? Well, I've never tried. Could the most conventional method be the unconventional one? Or would Mothman be able to overcome its mothly nature and persist? I don't know. Leprechaun. Ford groans. You wait for further answer, but that's it! I guess I'll ask about the pterodactyl, I might as well. You're an artist, I'm a writer. We shake hands. The thing about, like, lined paper is you can write on it, but unlined paper, you can write and draw on it. Yeah, the writing's not gonna be, like, straight, but if you also intend to draw on it, then you can just sketchnote style freehand, and it looks cool. So I get it. But also, man, I want cool journals that aren't lined. It's so bad. I doubt we'll spot it today, but perhaps we can go bird watching later if you're interested. Ooh. There are floating eyeballs here? Sounds disconcerting, doesn't it? I once released them in my house by accident and found eyeballs in the most unsuspecting places for months. My guests chose not to comment on my choice of house decor. Gravity Falls is home to giant vampire bats? Giant fruit bats, actually. They were among the first to teach me not to judge a creature by its reputation. I only realized they were harmless once I'd been bitten by one. Oh no, that still sounds pretty bad. It actually healed quite fast. I attribute that to the health kick I was on soon after. You mentioned a gremloblin? I get it, but spellbook makes me think it should be a notebook, not a sketchbook. See, for me, I feel like it actually makes more sense as a sketchbook because spellbooks often, like, they not only have, like, I feel like there should be lined pages and blank pages. Like, a blank one on the left side and a lined one on the right side. Or blank on both sides, because you can have the picture of what the potion is supposed to do, or, like, pictures of the ingredients. Like, to me, witches are very sketchnotey. That's just what I've noticed. But that's also just me. All the y'alternative bitches out here, they be sketching shit. They be sketching plants. I'd agree to both. Yeah, I can see both ways. Ah, a rare specimen that I've since steered clear of when accompanied by others. Though if you want to see one in person, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt to walk into that situation again for the sake of education. I'll walk in silence. Suddenly, Ford puts an arm out in caution, slowing his pace. You narrowly manage not to collide into him and take a quick glance around to see... nothing? Look, there. You see what looks like a bundled up plaid shirt moving along the forest floor. Wait, is that a beaver's tail? It looks like a platypus. Ah, what are you doing all the way out here? Don't you mean a platypus? Ford shakes his head with a grin. I meant what I said. It's a platypus. A platypus. Ford moves into a crouch, but stays at a respectable distance, following the small creature. You watch him and after a moment mimic his actions. Ford's giving the creature a bright smile, the first of its kind that you've seen since leaving Mabel at the shack. You're a cute one, aren't you? And in one of my favorite patterns, too. Ford motions for you to move forward a little more to the distance he's maintaining. Parry the platypus! A normal platypus. Parry the platypus! If I were to rate the oddities that live in this forest on a scale of least to most annoying, these little guys would get immunity. They have done nothing wrong, and I appreciate them for it. As the two of you watch in quiet appreciation, the platypus ambles into the underbrush and vanishes from view. What a cute little guy. Yes, you are, Ford. Yes, you are. The two of you continue deeper into the forest. The foliage seems denser now, and you look through the treetops for a glimpse of the sun, which has now dropped low in the sky. It had already been getting late when you left, but you hadn't thought Mothman would be this far out. Almost as though he'd read your mind, Ford answers for you. Mothman is rather reclusive, and as such lives deeper within the forest than bolder creatures like the gnomes. Are you alright? Huh? That is, are you tired at all? I should have asked sooner. It's been a long time since I've traveled with anyone new. Stanley, tends to speak his mind without my asking. I'm worried about getting stuck out here at night, honestly. I know these woods like the back of my hand. We'll make it back. At least I used to. It's been a while. You feel the opposite of reassured. In any case, we still have some time until sunset. Let's wait here in the meantime. You mentioned traveling with Stan? I suppose it wouldn't do any harm to tell you. He says that, but the tone of his voice says he's been dying to tell someone for months. I've been sailing with Stanley around the world, chasing after hotspots of anomalous activity. He seemed to view it as a vacation, but I saw it as a chance to pick back up on some serious research. I've been rather eager to break the news of what we've found in the world, but I must first organize my findings. And if I'm honest, I still need some time to get back into the swing of things. Must be strange to come back home after traveling so long, huh? More than you know. Ford laughs, shaking his head. Behind his glasses, his eyes are downcast, almost sad. You want to ask, but decide to stay silent. The moment the sun touches the horizon through the gaps in the treetops, Ford gestures for the two of you to continue. You hadn't noticed, but you'd been resting within short distance of a small clearing that holds a cylindrical stone marker. The stone marker bears intricate swirls carved into its surface. Ford reaches into his coat and produces the packet of gum from earlier, opening it and dumping the pieces out into his palm. Gum? Thanks. Unsure of why you came all the way out here to unwrap gum at sunset, you accept a stick of gum. Ford puts the remaining gum in his coat breast pocket. He unwraps the now empty gum packet to reveal it was hiding a small piece of parchment, folded up to act as lining. He smooths it out against the stone, holding it under the deep orange-red light of the sunset. You step closer to look over Ford's shoulder. The parchment holds a detailed drawing of the swirls carved into the stone, documenting every crack on the surface. As you watch, a golden cursive unfolds itself across the page, seemingly fueled by the sunset's warm light. Ford reads the words as they appear. Such a place the Mothman doth rest, but please do not disturb his nest. If kindness be something thou bereft. Ford lifts the parchment a little higher to prevent his shadow from obscuring the rest of the line. Follow thy nature and turn left. I think we turn left. I think so, Ticket. We press onward. Yeah, I think that means we go left. Real smart of us, you know? Left leads you to a dimly lit cave, which Ford says he remembers well, except last time he was here it was pitch black since he arrived in the middle of the night. From its depths you hear the faint sound of dripping water echoing off the cave's shadow-shrouded walls. You slow as your eyes attempt to adjust to the low light. Ford pauses in front of you, reaching into his coat for something. Hold on. I have a flashlight in here somewhere. This cave has never received much natural light, you see, and... He rummages further, and you see a couple dice, a pad of paper from earlier, and a quill. He has some custom pocket work going on in there, too. You bet one of his coat's inner pockets has a pen protector in it. Here we are, at last. Allow me to... Darn, out of batteries. Wait, I think I have one. You pull out your phone and turn on its flashlight. The light is small, but it does its job. Yeah, me. Hubba bubba? More like hubba hubba. Oh man. I hope it's juicy fruit, honestly. You pull out your phone and turn on its flash. Oh wait, I already read that. Huh. You saved our hides there, Ticket. I was about to pull out a matchbook. With your light guiding the way, you and Ford move further into the cave, which yawns wide around you. It isn't until the sliver of natural light from the entrance disappears that Ford speaks again. It's been years since I've been here. Decades even at this point. But I'll always remember the eye bats as one of my first discoveries when I arrived at Gravity Falls. How did you find them in the first place? One got into my house, you see. I was making breakfast one morning, and one managed to find my cereal box. When I poured the cereal into the bowl, it came fluttering out, agitated, like it belonged there. The nerve. He still sounds so indignant, even years later, that you laugh. I wanted to contain it for further study, but unfortunately it managed to get away. As I thought about it afterwards, its pupil had constricted against the light, unfamiliar of the bright light in the kitchen. So either it's nocturnal, or it lives in the deepest, darkest cave in Gravity Falls. I found them easily after that. Did you manage to catch one? Somewhat. I came running through this cave with a butterfly net in my wits. I brought a working flashlight that time. They all hid in dark corners. Once I turned the flashlight off, they flocked to me. I caught 18 of them that day, but it reminded me of the stealth uses of the rapid sound of clicking claws against stones startles you, a shiver running up your spine. The dark. You turn off your light. Ford taps your shoulder and gestures for you to keep moving forward. Eventually, the narrow passage widens into a large room. The darkness shrouds the source of dripping water from view, but as your eyes adjust, you squint to see a strange winged shadow. A shadow with eyes that glow red in near darkness like rubies. Your breath catches in your throat as the realization comes over you. Oh my god, it's Mothman! Ford is apparently close to you in the room. You find when he speaks a few inches from your shoulder. You catch a shadow of his arms swing out like a wide arc, like he's introducing you to, Ticket, I'd like for you to meet the Mothman. He whispers, but even in the dark you can see him grinning excitedly at you. Ford looks between you and the Mothman, apparently hoping for a dramatic reaction. Your speechlessness seems to satisfy him. Don't worry, it hasn't noticed us yet. Here's the plan. You make contact with Mothman, and he pulls out a large butterfly net, or he pulls out a butterfly net in a large lidded jar. Now where that came from within his coat of mysteries is lost to you. We'll capture one of the 100 moths that comprise it. Wait, I get to touch Mothman? The Mothman? Yes, and it turns into 100 black witch moths. It's like experiencing a swarm of locusts, surprising when you're not expecting it. Remember, even just a light touch is enough. You steel yourself, awaiting Ford's signal. He waves his hand to coax you forward, then it's up to you to decide how to, well, make contact. Approach with stealth. You tiptoe towards Mothman, remembering Ford's comment on the dark and trying to channel your inner stealth skills. Of course, that's the moment your phone decides to start blasting Taking Over Midnight by Ampersandra. You're confused before remembering that Mabel added her number to your contacts and must have made that her custom ringtone. Mothman turns at the noise and screeches, but before you can barrel it, the creature explodes into 100 moths, fluttering around you, getting stuck in your shirt and skittering around your face, surrounding you in mothy hell. Your task failed successfully. Ford rushes into the large swarm of moths, waving the butterfly net with a few unsuccessful swipes. He tries swatting the more aggressive ones away, but there are too many. Oh, use the light! Moths love light! You grab your phone and quickly switch the light on, running to Ford's side and holding it up high. You even attempt to call them over despite knowing they won't respond to sound. Before long, they all crowd around the phone. The sight of light flickering and reflecting off so many small wings would be somewhat captivating if you hadn't just been in the midst of them. Ford puts the butterfly net back away, and jar in hand carefully scoops one of the moths up. Well, that could have gone better, but we've succeeded nonetheless. Dev gonna mug Mothman and make it run them pockets? I'm gonna touch Mothman. I'm gonna just gently touch his arm. Task failed successfully. Let's go. As Ford pockets the jar, you turn off the light. With no light and no threat to focus in on, the cloud disperses. That was amazing! Ford laughs, brushing dust and dirt off his trench coat. You could say that. Our completed repellent is within sight. Let's head back. Ford turns to leave the cave. He looks calm and content. You, on the other hand, are buzzing with energy under an adrenaline rush. Should you go for a high five? Please! Aww. You raise your hand in a universally understood offer for a high five. Ford pauses and grins, high-fiving you. Or rather, 6. When you and Ford finally reach the cave entrance, you find the forest that you'd left in dying light is now awash with a silvery glow. A gap between the leaves overhead provides a view of the night sky, along with a long string of stars. A few more steps and the Milky Way comes into view, looking as if a tear across the fabric of the sky. Ford notices you looking. See something? The pterodactyl doesn't usually come out this late, but being a prehistoric creature, its behavior is rather unpredictable. Someone's being very loud, Jesus. I haven't seen the Milky Way in a while. I've had a couple chances this summer. It looks stunning over a calm ocean night. It's incredible up here. He gazes up into the night sky. A whole year has passed. It still feels strange to see a sky I recognize. What? Oh, traveling, you know. I was in a different part of the world. You both stare up at the sky in comfortable silence for a few more moments. The quiet of the forest settles in, along with the distant sound of flowing water, and you find yourself surprisingly glad that Ford had accidentally pulled you here, if this is one of the moments you get to experience. Out of the corner of your eye, you swear you see Ford looking at you instead of up, but when you tilt your head back down, his attention is elsewhere. Eventually, the two of you come to a wordless mutual agreement to continue on, and you're walking again. You'll have to show me the other creatures that live here sometime. You're glad you said so when you looked over and find that Ford looks pleasantly surprised to hear it. His chest puffs out with pride. Of course. Maybe we'll even get to spot the hide behind, or tag along with Dipper when he next visits the multi-bear. Please! I want to listen to Icelandic pop music with the multi-bear! The what? Ford taps his temple, grinning. You'll have to wait until I show you to find out. He's so cute! Look at him! Look at his little smile! Oh, what a little guy. What a guy. What a man. Holding you to that. We have some time left before we get back if you're up for another walk. You must make a face because Ford looks back at you and laughs. We're not far, I promise. I just thought I might answer a few of your questions if you have any. Actually, I do have questions. I would like to talk to you more. You must stay in great shape if you do this all day. Ha! You know, actually, this sort of thing isn't part of my exercise regimen. Ford turns left at the stone marker, towards the sound of the river, and sure enough, after a while, it comes into view. The moonlight illuminates the water as you walk along it. After following the river for quite a few minutes, the shoreline expands into a small round lake in the center of a clearing. Overhanging it is a large flat rock, the kind that could be used as a less than effective diving board in times of emergency. The emergency being that one just had to jump into the lake. A guy with a metal plate in his head really shouldn't be fluffing with a magnet gun, though. You're right, he does have a metal plate in his head. Why the fuck is he messing with a magnet gun? Not to mention all the metal he has on him at all times. And all the metal in the house at all times. Jesus. We're so glad it wasn't pointed at him. However, neither yourself nor Ford really look into the direction of the diving board. He leads you towards the edge of the lake where a relatively flat boulder could substitute for a bench, and the two of you take a seat. Break the silence. Ask about the other creatures in Gravity Falls. You said to wait, but can I at least get a preview of what I'd be getting into? Not content to leave them to discover yourself, Well, has anyone told you about the Gobblewonker? Stanford versus Rick Sanchez Science Up. Stanford wins! Fuck Rick. I love Stanford. I would give it all for this man. You snort, taken aback by the name, but compose yourself when Ford simply raises an eyebrow. I don't think so, no. Not even in the tourist guide. Does the office even read my letters? Ford mutters to himself, something about updating the tourist guide to warn against local dangers. He sighs with a frustration that's reserved for bureaucracy, but soon lightens up at the prospect of getting to introduce you to another strange creature. Well, the Gobblewonker is a large sea creature that lives in this very lake. One could say it's our version of the Loch Ness Monster. No, Rick might like it. No, not like that, Longsword. We're trying to fuck Stanford. That's the goal. He gets the head. Rick gets nothing. He gets alcohol. Because he's an alcoholic. My old research assistant apparently saw it at some point. He said it was large, gray, and scaly, with a long neck like a giraffe. No, Rick might like that too. He gets nothing he enjoys. He gets therapy. That's what he needs. You wouldn't have had any odd sightings yet, have you? Or, you wouldn't have had any odd sightings yet, have you? It's only been 24 hours. But my own first encounter with the strange occurred shortly after my arrival as well. Not apart from today. Well, don't count on that being the norm, Ticket. In fact, the norm is a laughable concept here. Let's get about the Mystery Shack. Yes. The Mystery Shack used to be my house once upon a time. And now it's a tourist trap. I'm glad for what it's become as a home. I just wish it wasn't so offending to each of the senses. Ask about the family. What's Mabel like? In short, a force to be reckoned with. She radiates charm and positivity and has depths of determination I can only guess at. You'll find out for yourself, most likely. It's hard not to wake up one day and find yourself her friend. Perhaps you already are. He wiggles his fingers spookily in the air and you laugh. I don't doubt it. What about Dipper? My favorite. Dipper is very intelligent. In many ways he reminds me of, well, myself. Last summer he found the research journals I mentioned and instead of overlooking them, made some impressive contributions of his own. He has since started his own journal and I look forward to where life will take him. He's made me prouder than I can say. So nice. Who's Seuss? Ah, the handyman. Seuss. He's... well, I'm still not sure what he does exactly, but Stan gave him the rights to conduct his business with the shack, so he spends his day giving out tours, selling merchandise, fooling the townsfolk, and giving no refunds and the like. I may not have been around the original Mystery Shack very often while Stan was still running it, but I believe Seuss is doing the brand name good. What about Stan? Stubborn, foolhardy, a liar and a cheapskate, but a true hero at heart. There's no one else I'd rather call my brother. Bored. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Are you really okay with me staying here? A hot young man? A hot young person such as myself? A hot young clown. Like, imagine... I just realized. Imagine you testing your magnet gun. You pull in a car, and you're like, are you okay? And a clown pops out. And the clown's like, yeah, no, I'm good. And you just look at them like, no, this isn't the weirdest thing I've seen by far, but this is kind of weird. Strapping young Ticket. Absolutely. I owe it to you, after all. You helping me today, however, was not part of the plan. You're making it rather hard to settle my debt. I think you did me a favor just by letting me come along today. The two of you share a smile. It's a tiny car and 50 clowns pop out. Yeah, it's a little clown car. It's like a little Volkswagen Beetle, and like we pop open the trunk and it's like, all right, everybody get out the car. And it's like like 50 people and then like 50 Jeffs, and he's like, whoa, whoa, I didn't ask for this. I go, my boys will take care of it. They'll go ask for a mechanic in the next town over. Boys, you know what to do. Ford looks across the lake and thought, Ticket, I have to admit, I didn't want to take you with me earlier today. I thought I'd be walking myself into an uncomfortable social situation. So did you, to be honest. Jeff is a stronger god than Bill Cipher. I love that you put Jeff on the same level as the giant axolotl. Thank you so much, Longsword. And you did well out there. Not many tourists could handle the kind of task we just completed. This had a potential to have gone disastrously. I mean, a butterfly net against Mothman? Easily a 3% success rate. Sometimes the more Ford speaks, the less reassured you feel, until all that's left is a distant unease. You smile and nod anyway. The two of you sit in another moment of quiet night air. In another moment of quiet, night air pleasantly chill around you, until Ford again breaks it. We should head back now. I'm sure Mabel will want to hear we've been successful. You stand and give Ford a hand up from the makeshift bench. Ford takes the lead again, and soon you're no longer able to catch sight of the lake when you glance back. Ford gradually adjusts his pace to yours, walking side by side with you in companionable silence all the way back to the shack. Almost there. You recognize from the incredibly flashy signs touting phrases like Mystery Shack this way and Sasquatch to your left that you are extremely close to arriving back to the shack. As you and Ford leave the tree line, you see bright light shining on the porch. You make out the faint outline of the kids' shadows as they run through the house and emerge in the attic window. Mabel pushes it open, leaning out. Grunkle Ford, finally! You guys took so long I had time to cover waddles and macaroni! Why would you do that? I have my reasons. Did you get the thing? Yes, and I'm coming inside so we can stop shouting. Ticket, come along. We've got a pig to save. Jeff, why didn't you read that? Hold on. Jeff? Jeff, hold on. Bill is silencing them. No!
It kicked that pyramid-faced jerk back to his mama.
There we go! Get him, Jeff! Fuck Bill Cipher. It's all Jeff. Ford strides into the shack, a man on a mission. You grin and follow, but not before taking one last look at the night sky. Yeah, maybe your stay won't be too bad after all. Back inside the shack, the grand conclusion to your expedition to Mothman's cave is spritzing Mabel's pig with the newly finished deterrent until the poor piglet reeks of lavender. You see Mabel and Dipper head back up to bed, looking sleepier than usual as a result. Something about lavender is so soothing to the senses that you crash out fairly soon afterwards, face first into your makeshift bed. I love her little doodles of them. They're so funny. God, look at his eyes. Good Jeff. Jeff is always a good Jeff. Except when he's not being a good Jeff. You wake up to a loud crash downstairs. Not entirely uncommon in this house, you're quickly finding out, but still disconcerting. Okay. Okay, this is the whole pancakes fiasco. Okay, cool. More clatters and thumps lead you to the kitchen, where Mabel teeters on a short stepladder in front of the pantry. Standing on her tiptoes, she reaches as high as she can for a small yellow box on the top shelf. Pancake mix. I have a box of pancake mix I need to make chocolate chip pancakes. Actually, hold on. I've had a note to Google something for weeks now. Can you make icing out of chocolate chips? That's what I thought. Yeah, you just melt them down. And then, yeah, you can add stuff like vanilla, sugar, butter, milk, and other stuff for, like, chocolate frosting. Yeah. Because I also have cake mix. So I have, like, a surplus of chocolate chips. I'm like, why don't I just use that to make chocolate icing instead of buying chocolate icing? I make my own mix. I just happen to have a box of mix around for both the pancakes and the cake that I have. I have cake mix and pancake mix. Though I'd make the frosting first and then add the chocolate. That's fair. I think if the main ingredient is the chocolate chips, because that's what I'm trying to do, is just melt the chocolate chips down. I'm pretty sure all you do is you melt the chocolate chips down and then you add everything else. Which, these aren't... I'm pretty sure these aren't semi-sweet chips, like they're just straight up chocolate chips. Without a word, you go to her side and pluck the box from the shelf for her, placing it in her outstretched hand. Oh, Ticket, thank you. Grunkle Stan put it on the top shelf for some reason, but I want no need some Mabel cakes. It's a breakfast emergency. She waddles 3 fingers in your face and you can't help but laugh. You can tell the house becomes more alive when this kid's around. Wanna help me make 'em? We only need chocolate milk, coffee, pink food coloring, and pot of Goldos to make this breakfast dream a breakfast reality. As delicious as that sounds, you're inclined to ask where the coffee comes into the mix when you realize the house is suspiciously quiet. Mabel, where is everybody? Oh, Grunkle Stan needed stuff for your car, so he went to go get Mickey Techie stuff for that. I think Grunkle Ford's somewhere. He heard the abominable bro man was trying to steal soda from campers, so he went to help them out. Yep, that's where he went. Totally knew that. So they left you guys to make breakfast on your own? You don't know the family well enough yet to know this is commonplace, so the idea of leaving 2 teenagers alone to fend for themselves seems fine. If one of the teenagers wasn't Mabel, anyway. You still don't know how coffee fits into her Mabel cakes, and now you don't really want to know. Dipper attempts to hide the pancake mix from Mabel while she's grabbing the chocolate milk from the fridge. Apparently he doesn't want to find out either. Mabel, while your Mabel cakes sound absolutely divine, why don't we... Dipper, can you cook? Maybe Dipper can help you make something different. We should save Mabel cakes for another day, a more special day. But Ticket... Mabel, still standing on the stepladder, reaches up and squishes your cheeks together, her wide eyes staring into your soul. Yeah, but I think it would be easier for you to make the icing first and add the melted chocolate to it to make it chocolate icing. Well, that's the thing. I'm just trying to use up the chocolate chips. I don't really care how the icing turns out, as long as I can spread it on the cake. And as long as it's delicious. I feel like as long as I have the milk and vanilla, that's probably all I really need. Let me know your results. Oh, buddy, I love my little food experimentation. I need to do more food experimentation. It's been a while. Every day is a special day with Mabel cakes. Is there somewhere we can go out to get breakfast? We should really save the Mabel cakes until your great uncles get back. I don't know they'd want to miss them. But I want to perfect my recipe. I have to get better at cooking and baking and stuff so I can survive out there in the world. What if in high school I'll have to bake stuff and people are better than me? Mabel looks very agitated, tugging at her hair with both hands. If I can't make the perfect Mabel cakes, I can never be on Bad Dreams Dining. I got an impressed your old Rambone ticket. It's my destiny. You glance at Dipper, making a please help me and I'll buy you breakfast face. You hope he understands. One bit of advice though, do not add the milk straight to the melted chocolate. It will make it go solid. No, I was thinking of adding the milk to the chocolate, because the chocolate chips are in the fridge, so I would set them out to be room temperature. But obviously, don't set out the milk, but, pour in the milk while they're both still fridge temperature. And then put in the vanilla and, stir for a little bit, and then kind of like hot chocolate. You know? do that kind of a situation. Because I also, you know, you add as you go. So I just keep the milk on standby. That, or to keep it from tempering, I just add the milk while it's still heating up if I use the stove. Oh, like a ganache. That's if I use the microwave. If I use the stove, I can add the milk slowly as I'm stirring so that it doesn't temper. So it should be fine. In theory, it should be fine. I feel like I've done it before with my Easy Bake Oven, because I've had to make extra icing because they don't give you enough icing in the packet. Yeah, that should be Gucci. Alright, as much as I love these kids, I'm sorry kids, I'm trying to hit it with your grunkle. So I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Oh my god, Lazy Susan! I want pancakes. Who is messaging me on my phone? Alright. Alright, so they're gonna have their little food fight, and then the grunkles are gonna come in at some point. There they are! I was thinking you were trying to make a chocolate buttercream like frost. Ugh. I hate buttercream. I like cream cheese frosting more than buttercream. Cream cheese frosting is superior. But yeah, no, I'm just trying to make a straight up chocolate frosting. Like, I'm literally just Googling, can I melt chocolate chips, and it stays, cause obviously when the chocolate, like, re-solidifies, it's no longer an icing. So that was my issue, was like, if it re-solidifies on the cake, but as long as the cake's left out, and it's not put in the fridge, it should be fine. It should be fine. We wondered where you went once we came back to a suspiciously quiet house. If it weren't for Dipper's note, we would have been worried. Sixer would have been worried. I tried to tell him you kids pull this stuff all the time. Heading out unannounced, putting stress on your poor grunkle's heart. He puts a hand over his heart dramatically. All those missing hours of unpaid child labor. Actually, that note wasn't me. Well, I wrote it, but Ticket's the one who said we should so that you guys would know where we went. Both Ford and Stan look at you surprised. Really? Figured these two knuckleheads dragged you here. Why not make breakfast at home? This place is at least a 15-minute walk from the shack. Well, I wanted to treat them to something, I guess. It's the least I can do. You're letting me stay with you and fixing my car. I thought since you were gone, I'd take these two out for a change. Cake? Yeah, I have cake mix that's been in the house for a long time. I don't know how... Hold on. Another Googleable question. How long does cake mix keep? Boxed cake mix. Cake mixes come with a shelf life of about 6 months to a year, but you can safely use them for months or even years past the best by date on the label. Interesting, okay. Why does Dipper look paranoid as shit? 'Cause he's a little paranoid guy! That's just how he is. Melted chocolate and double cream, whip it and add a little icing sugar. It makes like a mousse cream. Ooh. Oh man, the only reason I'm trying to use chocolate chips is one, I don't want to buy icing, and two, I don't want to spend money. So if I have that stuff in the house, I don't think I have cream, but I know we have milk. I can whip the milk a little bit. I gotta get stuff towards holiday baking tomorrow. Pies and shortbread. Ooh. Yeah, I have a discount that kicks up a notch starting Friday, so I have to wait to go to the store until after Friday. I did buy cheese today though because my sibling wanted soda and we needed cheese, so I got some Swiss slices and some Monterey Jack with jalapeno in it. Because I have been addicted to that lately. Also, Mabel was gonna make Mabel cakes again. You're just mad you can't even make toast right. What? Yes, I can. I burned it one time. One time. Dipper holds a syrup-tipped finger in the air, indignant. Well, Mabel wanted you guys to enjoy her Mabel cakes too, and since there wasn't much food, I figured I'd take them out. Stan snatches the pancake from Mabel's mouth and tries to take a bite of it, cackling when she stands on the seat to try to grab it back, climbing over Dipper to reach. Aside from the kerfuffle, you catch Boyd's eye. Was he staring at you? Is he staring at me? As soon as he realizes, he quickly sets his gaze elsewhere, looking over your head and out the window. You'd say that he probably just shifted his attention, but his finger hooks under the high neck of his sweater and tugs at it. Ah! Look at him! I need to get so much. Probably the only thing I don't need is nuts, spices, and oatmeal. I was gonna say, if you're making everything from scratch, good luck. Absolutely good luck. So much good luck. Good luck to you, Scratchy. I wish you the best. I salute you, soldier. Well, Ticket, I really appreciate you looking after Dipper and Mabel for us. Us. It's very kind of you to bring them here. Oh, it wasn't a big deal, really. I'm happy to help. You smile at him, pretending you don't know how warm your face is. Maybe it's just hot and greasy's. Boyd looks close to the shade of his sweater. Dipper mumbles an ow, and you catch Mabel elbowing his side, waggling her eyebrows at him. You're not sure why. Well, kid, if you're paying, scoot over, Dipper. I want breakfast too. Stanley, it's at least 12:30 now. Crinkle Ford, that means it's time for brunch. Duh. See? This kid gets me. Now let me in so I can get some grub. I might actually make pancakes later. Butter, eggs, flour, sugar, chocolate chips, condensed milk, pie crust, because I'm not making them. Fuck that. Yeah, the pie crust alone is like baking bread, and then you have to like do all the shit that goes inside of it, and you're like, ugh. I think the only time I've made pie crust like by hand is when I made mini pies. Because me and my dad we had a bunch of leftover, like, we had a bunch of fruit preserves and like jam and whatever. Or we didn't even have the fruit preserves. We had frozen like bags of like strawberries and blueberries. And I was like, I found a pie recipe, Dad. Do you want to use this pie recipe and we'll use up all the fruit in there? And he was like, yeah, sure, why not? So we like double teamed. He was on like he made the insides and I made like the egg wash and like the outsides, and I like was in charge of keeping them in the oven and making them golden brown, and then he would fill them, and it was a nice day. They were good. They were very good. I love baking bread, but I hate working with pie crust and similar pastries. Also, I want to use a graham cracker crust for these, and those are cheapo. Oh yeah, no, and plus graham cracker crust is so delicious. I love graham cracker crust. I used to bake little cheesecakes all the time, and I made the graham cracker crust by hand, and it's always such a pain. Give me 1 second. Lime custard pies. I think key lime. Think key lime, but with regular limes. Okay. I'm not a big lime pie person, but I'm also not a big pie person. I like cheesecakes better. However, I did get a really good slice, or a good bite, of pumpkin pie at some point, and my store sells cream cheese and pumpkin pie, like, pieces, and I'm like, ooh, if those aren't sold out when I get my discount, I'm gonna buy myself some pie. At the very least, I want to split a slice of pumpkin pie with my sibling. I've never attempted a cheesecake, also they're more expensive to make. I don't know, my mini cheesecakes were not that expensive, but also I didn't, it was literally just, like, cream cheese and, like, sour cream and, like, stuff I already had in the house. I don't really like fruit pies too much, but I love custard and cream pies. I know the last few times I had tried fruit pies, I didn't like them, but I think it's because I don't like roasted fruit that much, which is why the mini pies were so good, because there wasn't that much in them. It was mostly pie crust. That's what I prefer, mostly pie crust. Or if it's a cream thing, I like cream. So, like, I feel like a custard or cream pie I might like. I've never tried one. Dipper moves to your side of the booth, so as Stan sits next to Mabel, and Ford sits at Dipper's side. Lazy Susan comes back and takes orders for another round of food and drinks for everyone, including Mabel, who decided she wants more pancakes. A wink? You're starting to regret offering to pay, but as Stan and Mabel try their hands at the syrup drip race, with Dipper cheering them on, Ford watching with a wide grin on his face, you know you don't really mind all that much. After the expedition to find Mothman, you accompanied Ford on a few other missions, so to speak, examining various birds of the forest, including the questionable stomach-faced duck, who snatched your sandwich and quickly ran off, Ford in hot pursuit. While he didn't find what evidence he needed, something to do with their digestive systems, you both decided that the stomach-faced duck flock were questionable. Not as questionable as the question quail, which he shows you from a scanned journal image, but still questionable. You asked why he decided the hoctopus was too stupid to study, but received a loud groan, too sticky as an answer. Valid. All in all, your adventures with Ford have been more enjoyable than you'd expect, and you can't help but hope that you'll get to experience another one with him soon. Pie crust with the cinnamon and sugar dust is nice. Ooh, that does sound nice. I love a good crust. You walk through the living room, lost in thought about question quails and Ford's journal pages, and narrowly avoid slipping on a sheet of graph paper. Ah, don't look! Oh, it's you. Dipper peers over a book that proclaims D, D, and more D, my favorite thing. Officially licensed campaign journal. He's sitting on the yellow armchair with crisscross legs, barricaded in with books and papers. He's got a lap of multicolored dice and half a dozen chewed pencils strewn across the floor and one in his mouth. You look down and notice the floor is almost entirely covered in graph paper. Hi. Did you need something? I know it's kind of messy. I should probably clean that up. Dipper looks reluctant to extract himself from his self-constructed fantasy lore prison. Average D&D nerd. Here, I can do it. You look busy. You're about halfway through cleaning the floor before you actually start looking at what's on the various sheets you're holding. A fantasy map, some floor plans, countless scribbled notes and calculations in the margins. What are these for? Planning something? Dipper's re-immersed in his planning. He startles a little when you ask. Self-constructed fantasy lore prison. Look, I didn't need that call out. Yeah, that's just everyone when they get together for their D&D campaigns. Oh, right, no big deal. It's just for this great pen and paper role-playing game called Dungeons, Dungeons, and More Dungeons. DDMD for short. It's all about fantasy worlds and statistics and swords, and it's kind of difficult to explain, but it's super fun. I'm playing with Uncle Ford today, so I'm putting down the final touches on my dungeon. He's gonna be so stumped. Stumped, you say? Ford comes into the room at that precise moment, drying his hands on his trench coat. Perfect timing, Dipper. I just managed to get the paint off my hands. Paint from what? Oh, one of the gnomes came by and decided he'd graffiti this side of the house. Something about his rapper persona. Yeesh. Yes, I don't think J. Gnomesy is going anywhere in the music business. In any event, I see you've been hard at work. Are you ready for our game? I actually found the Pokemon D&D campaign I drew up today. Ooh. Man, one day I'll start doing more D&D stuff. It's all a matter of time. Yes. And oh, ticket. I can take those now. Thanks for the help. Or wait, that was Dipper. Oh, I can take those now. Thanks for the help. Ford looks like he just noticed you standing there for the first time since he entered the room. Ticket! Glad to see you weren't too shaken up by our adventure yesterday. One day I'll have a game again. Mood. Mood, scratchy mood. You grin and hand Dipper the tall stack of papers, catching a glimpse of the stats for a knock-knock skull. Well, I made it back in one piece, right? That's the spirit, though 90% of a piece would have been good too. You know, you never realize how little a difference 10% makes until you lose it. Uh-huh, so how was the Mothman? Shaken up. All in the name of research, though. I've seen it lose a few mods and come back the next week good as new, a process akin to cycling out dead cells. I would say we just expedited that process. No moral issues there. Well, Ticket, the game calls and I must answer. Stanley's about, if you're looking for him, though. Well, if you wanted to join our game, I certainly wouldn't object. I can promise a fun afternoon. Another player? Yeah, totally. I can give you a pre-made character sheet to start, and dice. Shoot, where'd I put my other set? Don't worry, I've got an extra Old man has the riz and the dice. It'd be fun to watch. Oh, man. D&D. I still have, like, plans to make a D&D for Pix and Acid for us to privately play off stream, and I still need to do that. But the reason it would be private is, one, so Pix can get comfortably into D&D, because she doesn't really know that much. Like, she knows a decent amount about it, but has never really had a good experience with it, so I want to give her a good experience. And I'm a DM that likes catering to my players a lot, so I homebrew as much as I can. Like, I am the homebrew master. I will make up bullshit on the spot. Don't even play with me. So, unfortunately, that process takes a long-ass fucking time, though. I sacrifice a lot of time in order to make things more fun. So, So I still have to do more for that. I have a bunch of locations and NPCs, but I still have to figure out how they're starting, and like they have half-made character sheets, but I need to figure out their spells and how they work, because I'm going to make my own spell system based on the world that we created, which is like this post-apocalyptic world, and it's also kind of sexy, so that's another reason it's not going on Twitch. You rolled a nat 20 on your heart. Oh, he did. Yeah. Y'all ever want to play a Pokemon one, let me know. God, I always want to play a Pokemon one. I need to find a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon styled D&D, like, homebrew campaign. That or a Colosseum style. Because I want to pit, some OCs of mine in like their own D&D setting. I want to roleplay as my own, like, basically my first ever OC that I made, which was a clone Pikachu from Team Rocket. He was a Rockachu, if you remember that era. His name was Adder, and he was super edgy, and I love him. He's my son. I want him in a D&D campaign. I need to flesh out my world a lot more, to be honest. There's plenty of location and broad stuff, but what I don't have a lot of is characters and connections. Oh, Scratchy, I am the worst when it comes to making too many characters, connections, and locations, and half of them no one will ever see. I still mourn the loss of Long Beach. which was it was supposed to be a magical girl campaign that I was making for some friends before we all had real life kind of hit us and we didn't have time to play. But, like, I still have the files for it saved, and I'm like, oh, one day I will bring Long Beach back. I had, like, at least 23 NPCs, and they all had relationship charts to, like, who liked the other person so that I could world build effectively. It's probably out there on Google somewhere, yeah. Me? I don't even know how to play. Oh man, there are so many rules. Where to start? I mean, it's really easy to pick up. It's even, like, kind of popular now. Oh, you have no fucking idea. My little dude, my little guy, my little man. You're not sure about committing the whole afternoon to this game with Ford, though Dipper does seem pretty excited about it. But Stan's around too, and you wanted to go check on your car. Well, think about it, Ticket. Dipper, my boy, why don't you and I get things set up in the meantime? Ford and Dipper launch into fantasy lore talk as they prop up a cork board against the yellow armchair, pin up various maps and floor plans with important landmarks, and upend their pouches of dice onto the carpet. Let's go. Pour me a glass of D&D. Oh shoot, did you look at the plans earlier? Those are for the Dungeon Master's eyes only. If only I'd known you were gonna join us. Yes, I did. I know all your plans. All of them. Ha ha, very funny. Or do you? Grunkleport, do you think they... What? Sorry, I was rereading this passage on dwarven architecture. They really improved their illustrations, though I can't say the same for their prose. Dipper and Ford put the final pieces in their place. The floor is encircled with a mix of propped up corkboards, books, maps, notes, and loose leaf paper. Ford unfolds a game board in the center of the madness. Brilliant. We're all ready. Don't look so nervous, Ticket. You'll have me here to walk you through it. Can I be a sexy bard? Please? Ford sits down next to the game board. He pats the piece of carpet next to him, inviting you to sit, and you do. Dipper sits across from you, on the other side of the game board, and unfolds an illustrated piece of cardboard, propping it up in front of him. He notices your questioning gaze on it and looks back at you. Oh yeah, this is the Dungeon Master screen. It's just here to protect my secrets. It hides essential die rolls and plot points from prying player eyes. Grunkleford's tried to look ahead once or twice and spoiled a narrative twist. And you were the only player! I'm just making sure my dungeon mastering apprentice stays on his toes. You can never be too vigilant. Dipper gathers up his dice in a pile next to the DM screen, ready to roll when needed. Now, I mentioned an extra dice set, didn't I? Dice are very important, though by no means essential, component of gameplay. No adventurer should leave the house without a set. I keep mine in this souvenir velvet bag from a local game store, yes. Centaur! God, Centaur! Probabilitor! God, that's probably actually one of my favorite, like, cameos in the entire show is Probabilitor, because it was voiced by Weird Al. Like, what a fucking trip this episode was. I want to rewatch that episode specifically. It is one of my favorites. If I have to show anybody like one single episode from Gravity Falls, it would be the D&D episode. Dungeons, Dungeons, and More Dungeons. It's such a funny episode, and it has all the characters that people know and like. Like, obviously, if you show them something from Season 1, you won't see Ford, and so people will be like, where's Ford? So I'd actually like to show, like, a low-stakes Season 2 episode, like D and More D. Princess Unattainable beckons you, but it's a trap. It still lives on in my head rent-free. It's all on Disney Plus, I think. I have my ways. Ford retrieves a dark drawstring bag from his coat and empties it onto the floor, where dice of all different shapes and sizes come tumbling out. And now for yours. Ford pulls another matching drawstring from the depths of his coat. They were having a buy one get one discount. Go ahead, take a look. These will be yours for the session. You pour these dice onto the carpet as well. Metallic gold with the numbers embossed in black. Fancy. While I didn't have enough to make them... Well, I didn't have enough left to make them from solid gold, I was able to electroplate a set for fun. Great Uncle Ford, you electroplated those dice? They're so nice! That didn't mean to rhyme. Maybe you should be the one with the rapping career and not Jay Gnomesy. Things that nobody will ever see. Talk to me about world climate, ocean currents, and tectonics. No player will. God. Ever see those? Honestly? So... funny you mention some of those things. So I don't have quite the same things, obviously. But I do have specific environmental layouts, because in this world, in this D&D world I created for them, it's post-apocalyptic, and it's kind of like Pangea. So, like, it's one big, mushy continent that's really big, but it's futuristic, so there's a little bit, like, there's mutant races from radiation, but there's also cyborg races from advancements in technology. There's entire cities made of, like, metal that, like, certain, like, races will have, obviously. Like, if you're a robot, you do more, like, you do well in the metal city. And if you're an organic, then obviously you're not going to do so well in the metal city. But I also have harbors, because there is one giant ocean. And there is a single person, a single NPC that they may never run into, that I decided their entire deal was, their goal was to see if there was another landmass by going around the world, and they ended up at the other side of the one continent. And so they're just in a bar drinking away their sorrows as one of the only people on that continent smart enough to know there is no other land other than the one they are on right now. And I don't think they're ever gonna meet this motherfucker. I really don't think they're going to. And then, of course, there's, like, an area where it's, like, radioactive, like, frostbite up to the north. However, I don't have that many things fleshed out up there, and I don't imagine there's going to be too many, like, great landmarks up there either, unless they're robotic, because the robots would probably be semi-okay up there, or maybe some mutants. It really depends. I overthink everything. There's also, like, there's one, hold on, am I about to pull out my notes? I am about to pull out my notes. There we go, Poly Homebrew D&D notes, let's go. Where is it? I don't care, Google account. Oh yeah! I also made my entire own, like, set of gods and religion shit. So, like, I have god names, their titles, their domains, their powers, and then, like, physical descriptions of them with, like, personalities. And then also, I decided, because this is post-apocalyptic, I was like, okay. I'm gonna make everything just sound really fucking, like, ramshackle. Like, everything's going to sound put together because humanity dropped everything, and everything that's left is picking up the pieces. So the actual world, formerly known as Earth, is now Banjax, world of radiated wasteland. And Banjax is apparently an Irish word meaning to break or smash, so a lot of the cities are named after adjectives for breaking and smashing and violence. So, like, there's Demolition City, which has, like, mech battles, which are different than robots. They're like suits and everything. And there's a city called Shatter Crash. One of the piers is Turmoil Torpedo. And then I separated cities from towns. One of the towns is called Knockup. Yeah, it's really fucking funny. Don't at me. That name is really funny, and I thought it would be really funny. So I put it down. Another town is called Blow. There's another town called Splitting Headache. That town is entirely run by a mad scientist who lives in the direct center of town, and it kind of gives, like, he gives quote unquote free health care to all the citizens there. He's like, here, like, I'll give you a house and free healthcare if you stay here and let me experiment on you. So it's kind of like a trade-off. And like, oh man, it's so fun. It's so much fun. Oh man, I'm looking at my notes again. I'm getting excited again. Oh yeah, I also have wilderness locations because I separate my locations out. So I have Scotch Lake, I have Euchre Woods, Crystal Cave, which it says in my notes to rename it to something cooler. Havoc, which is the east side of the continent. Ruin, which is the south side of the continent. The Singular Ocean, which is simply titled the Banjax Ocean. I might have to rename it. But yeah, for every location, I have a general description, a list of landmarks and shops, and a list of people of note, and then I have small little marks, like within, like for, let me find a small location. Like there's, let's see, so like for Euchre Woods, the description is giant pine trees made of silver metal surround the area and make it difficult to navigate if you are used to the endless deserts of Banjax. The reflections of the sun hurt your eyes, and heat coming off this place is worse than out in the open somehow. Lots of feral robots make this place their home and await prey to fall into their claws. Landmarks and shops. I have a small mossy river of rare clean water, and that river leads to a random metal cottage covered in moss, and there is also a tar pit lake. And then people of note is a humanoid robot named Moss, covered in moss, so it creates a thick robe. They are non-binary. I have so many fucking notes. That was my smallest, like, note thing that is done. Demolition City alone is such a big city that I have so many... I named people in Demolition City after car parts. And, like, mechanical parts. So the mayor's name is Mayor Actuator. There's Trigger, there's Hairpin, there's Hydraulic. Like, there's so many fun names. There's Nut and Bolt. There's Sparkplug, aka Sparky. There's Piston, there's Flywheel. Rev. Belt. Like, you know, like a car belt. Like, so much. I need to go to bed. See you guys. Good night, Longsword. Yeah, it's late for you. Go to bed. Go to bed, you nerd. You have an interview tomorrow. Anyway, I'm closing my notes. It's time to stop nerding out. Ford and Dipper laugh. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway, let me reintroduce our characters. Dipper clears his throat, settling into the Dungeon Master persona. When we last left our heroes, Miv the Meddling trapped the great elven wizard Vernon and the halfling fighter Tyros in a dungeon filled to the brim with puzzles, riddles, and brain teasers. To reach Miv and end this journey once and for all, they'll have to brave the dungeon's mysteries and escape with their lives intact. Dipper sets two figurines side by side on the game board. One is an imposing figure in flowing robes, and the other is much shorter in comparison, but posed with a will to prove himself. You suppose the former is Vernon and the latter is Tyros. But what would our two heroes find in the first room of the dungeon but a potential ally just as trapped as they were, who will join them in their quest for freedom? Dipper places three figurines on the carpet, just off the side of the game board. And you get to choose your character now, Ticket. These are starters with pre-made templates, so they're good for short notice additions like this. Bard! 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 Let's go! Bards use invigorating song to encourage their allies, or the blow of their insults to damage their enemies. I've kind of reevaluated my stance on bards lately. You'll come in handy if we encounter any undead. That's... oh man, that's a reference to that karaoke episode. Oh, memories. Will we? Maybe... hey, stop trying to play ahead. Be a human bard? Yes. Dipper moves your figurine onto the board besides Vernon and Tyros. Alright, what's their name going to be? Alex. Short for Alexandrios. You hear Ford trying Alexandrios out under his breath a few times. We haven't attributes in an inventory! I'll just call them Alex. Here's your character sheet. It's got all the info. Ahem. Our heroes encounter Alexandrios, Alex for short, in the first room of the dungeon. Alex, what's your deal with our main villain, Miv the Meddling? Miv murdered my family. Let's see. Miv promised me eternal glory, but backstabbed me. I wish to kill him. Alex explains how he struck Miv's ire, and in turn Tyros shares that Miv once bested them in a duel, an embarrassment because Miv is a sorcerer and sorcerers aren't known for their physical combat skills. In Tyros' defense, he was still young at the time. At work, so I'm off and on. I did catch some of your stuff about the different environments of the machine versus mechanics and how they affect each other. It's a very important consideration. It is! That's why the metal forest is hotter, is because, like, heat, like, metal amplifies heat. So, like, I had to think about how, like, the desert is hot, but there's metal cities, so the temperature is amplified. And it's like, ugh. I love these little nerdy sciencey things I have to add. It's stupid, but all the stupid stuff, it makes me happy. So that's why there's a lot of stupid stuff in my homebrew. That's just how it be. But none of this matters because it's finally face down Miv. Or because to finally face down Miv, they must escape. Oh my god. Oh my god. The stain glass. Proceed with caution, homies. Oh, the stained glass. The first one on the left. It's got the boat. Oh, that one's for Stan. And then we've got Mabel, obviously, with the happy face and the pig and the shooting star. Dipper with the question marks. The alien. And then Stanford's got like the... oh, it's the machine! Oh my god. And then of course they've got the Bill Cyphers above theirs. And then the big one has Cypher versus Stanley. So it's 2 of Stanley's and then 2 of Cypher's. Ooh. Like the environment matters so much with culture and the behavior of the inhabitants as well as what pressures they face. It is! It's so nice. Behind you is a plain door. On the far wall of the room is a set of red doors, and to the left and right are old stained glass windows with weirdly familiar motifs on them. Having woke up here with no recollection of getting here at all, you have no way of knowing which door you came in, should go out of, or even what direction you should head in at all. And now you guys decide what you want to do. You might want to look around first. And by that, of course, we mean rolling a die to see if we notice anything. The outcome of nearly every substantial choice we make is tied to a roll of the dice. I'll let you choose what we do here, Ticket. Then I will take a look around. Ford shows you what to roll for the investigation check, and Dipper flips through his notebook, ready to tell you what you see. Huh, nice roll. Tacked to one of the walls on this room is a note that reads, "Proceed with caution, homies." Tyros pockets the note, and in the distance you hear the faint sound of rushing water. What do you do next? What's the state of the door behind us? See for yourself. I'm still the DM. I can't respond unless you check the door. Ford casts Detect Magic, and after confirming with Dipper there is no magic behind the door, pushes it open. The three of you leave through the door. Nice. As the last of you step through the doorway, it melts, seeping into the wall as if it were never there. Guess we're not going back that way. The chandelier overhead ignites, casting the room in a warm orange glow and revealing an impressive door to the far left. In front of it is a large cloth-covered lump. Take a look around. Roll for investigation! You approach it to inspect it. As your footsteps grow nearer, the lump shifts, rising to reveal that it is in fact a goblin. The goblin stands to attention and tries to pretend it was never asleep. Travelers, I notice thee and demand you answer these riddles 3. I want to insult the goblin. Always roll for investigation. I am insulting the goblin. I'm a bard, it's what I do. I'll let you do that, but only if you actually say what insult you're going to use. I would, but it's not kid-friendly. Dipper makes a half-horrified face before he laughs. Dipper, how about Ticket tells me and I be the judge? I'll be completely impartial. Dipper seems like he's trying to think up a non-kid-friendly insult himself when he gives Ford the go-ahead, and you write your finely crafted insult on paper and hand it to Ford. He raises a brow. Not bad. Half damage, but with a chance to score a critical hit. Take the D38 and D10. And you rolled... That's a definitive success. The goblin breaks down into tears and vanishes as if he'd been teleported out of there. With the goblin gone, all that remains is the door. I cast Detect Magic on the door. The door is steeped with magical energy, and you suspect it's what's keeping the door closed. You follow the energy back to its source, a brass knocker in the shape of a lion's head, which begins speaking. To unlock what lies beyond, tell me, what is it you desire? Which one of it is it talking to? The lion's head looks past Vernon and Tyrus and towards Alex, its eyes glowing ruby red. What is it you desire? Friendship. I just want friends. As the lion's head disappears, you feel like you've gained a greater understanding of your party members and party dynamics. Tyrus and Vernon feel a tiny bit more inclined to trust you too. The door swings open and Vernon, Tyrus, and Alex step forward into the next room. As soon as you enter this room, the wall melds over the doorway, sealing you in. I just realized, is Alex a reference to Alex Hirsch? Why do I get the impression that the not safe for kids joke was something about Goblin D's? Goblin D's nuts! And Ford goes, interesting. I wouldn't do that, but interesting. That or it's like, it just says Goblin D's. And I go, Goblin D's nuts! Got Oh, man. As soon as you enter the next room, the wall... Okay, yeah. Glancing around, the far wall of the room seems to be a different material and color than the rest, though it could just be the lighting. To the left, you see rows of orbs affixed to the wall. Inspect... As much as I love shiny things, color off. You look at it and confirm it's a different color than the rest. Can I knock on it? You see Dipper give you a small smile, knowing what you're looking for. Actual tears. You knock along the wall and find that one section sounds hollow. As soon as you realize that, the next knock opens up a gap in the wall, which reveals itself to be a door. I'm gonna let Ford take his turn to do something about that. I'm gonna inspect the orbs. After inspecting and interacting with the orbs for a few minutes, you've come to realize a few things. There are 26 orbs. You can touch them to make them glow. You can only touch 6 at a time. Once 7 are touched, all of them go to their original color. Each orb is labeled with integers that run consecutively from 1 to 26, starting from the leftmost orb. Looks like we need a password for this one, Ticket. If the puzzle is fair, it must be a word we've already been introduced to. One that stands out. It's goblin. Goblin D's nuts. You think and think back to that first room, when Tyros pocketed the note from the first... What was that word again? homies. A1Z... The A1Z26. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Why is that so familiar? A1Z26 decoder. Okay, so that's actually the code itself. Right. That's the number. That's the number code. That's what it is. Okay, it's A1Z26. Okay. Cause Caesar is like that, but you shift, or no, Caesar's when you shift 3 backwards or 3 forwards or whatever. It's been a while. I'm doing homies. You spell out homies, and all the orbs illuminate in unison and disappear. The room rumbles and you turn around to find a green glass door. Walking up to get a closer look, you see that engraved on this door is a riddle. The door reads, if you go into the green glass door, you can bring a ball but not a bat. You can bring a book but you can't bring a novel. You can bring coffee but not tea. You can bring letters but you can't bring numbers. If you wish to pass, you must present an acceptable offering. Interesting one, Dipper. Let me think. A ball but not a bat. I think I understand. Ticket, what could you bring through the door? I have a golden bellflower. I offer my Baron's Book of Spells. And Tyros offers his cutlass. The door dissolves, letting the party pass through. While Dipper's flipping through his notebook for the next part of the dungeon, Ford nudges you, holding up a hand for a high 6. That's a nice job, Ticket. I'm impressed you got the riddle. I guessed, homie. I fucking guessed, mate. Is it hot in here? Is it just a side effect of the green glass door disintegrating? You high 6 Ford, beaming as Dipper finds the page he needs to continue the game. Imagine your first date bringing you to D&D. But you have, like, a really good fucking time. You're like, man, that was nice. I could kiss you. This is hot. The green glass door swings open. You go through to freedom. And there it is, the end of the dungeon. I cut it down a bit on the fly. I didn't want to make it too long. I would have ran a murder mystery I've had planned out for ages, but my test runs have never, gone well with my focus group. So what do you think? What happens next? When do we fight the sorcerer? This is actually a transition in the next super plot-centric campaign about infiltrating the sorcerer's tower castle. Dipper shows you a couple of pages of his campaign book, which look to be filled with various dungeon sketches with realistic physics calculations crowded into every square space. Well, Dipper, I think you did very well. It's not easy adding in an extra player on short notice like that. I always write it in just in case. Not completely, but just a few notes. Ford and Dipper launch into a conversation about dungeon mastering as they clean up the DD and more D setup. DDAMD. I keep wanting to say DD and more D because that makes me happy. Returning the game components to their original glossy fantasy box. They're too fast in practice for you to figure out how to help, so you just pick up the dice Ford lent you and return them to original velvet bag. Dipper leaves to put the DD and more... The DDAMD... God damn it. Box back upstairs, then it's just you and Ford. A Ticket, you did well for a first-timer. I take you into a dungeon with me. I mean... Ford gives you an embarrassed smile, but you're already smiling at him yourself. I know what you meant. Thanks, Ford. A call comes from the kitchen from what sounds like Stan. Haha, well, I talk more, but I'd better see what he needs. D&D's nuts! Ford moves past you, heading towards the kitchen. You suddenly feel the need to hold on to this moment, like you need to say something. Ford? Yes? Now that he's looking at you again, you don't remember what you're going to say. All you say is, here's your set of dice back. Thank you for letting me use it. Ford chuckles, shaking his head. No, you keep it, in case you decide to join us again next time. See you at dinner, Ticket. Ah! Alright, so, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna run an ad, and I'll be right back. This has been successful. I'm so happy with this so far. Oh, this is so nice. Back. Alright, it's time. Someone thumps their fist on the storage room door, stirring you from sleep with a jolt and a thud as you fall off the mattress. Scrambling to your feet, you step over the door and swing it wide open. Ticket, I need your help! It's at that moment you look down. Oh no. Oh no, it's happening again. Why is Waddle looking so dapper? He does look pretty dashing, doesn't he? Wait, we're not here to dish out compliments. There's an emergency. A love emergency. You know what? I'm gonna skip the love emergency since I skipped the diner. Because we already know what happens. Gompers and Mabel... Or Gompers and Waddle are renewing their vows and Mabel is, I don't want to imagine this marriage failing. Let's go. Imagine breaking into Stan's car. No, no, no. I'm not gonna be silly. I'm not gonna be a silly little man. Alright. As soon as I see one of the uncles, the great uncles appear, it would give me no greater honor. Alright. Yeah. I am the ring bearer. There we go. Listen, Sixer, if you hadn't gone off about the wobbly junker, gobble wonker, Stanley, has Dipper really never told you? Then you wouldn't have freaked out the kid at the store we needed, and we'd have, oh, I don't know, the stuff to fix my house after you got my car stuck in it, or got a car stuck in it. It's still my house. And besides, if he was a fisherman, he needed to know. Both Stan and Ford round the corner to find you sitting on your heels next to Waddles and Gompers, brandishing a pillow and glow sticks in the dirt. The three of you stare at each other in silence. Mabel needed a ring bearer for the wedding. It's at that moment that Mabel kicks down the back door, runs to your side, and throws a rose petals atop your head. Ta-da! You blow a rose petal off the tip of your nose and grin at Mabel. I think our bride and groom are ready to renew their vows, don't you? Mabel nods empathetically at you before turning to her grunkles, lighting up a 100-watt smile. Yes, Grunkle Stan, Grunkle Ford, you guys got back just in time. And just like that, Mabel pushes Stan and Ford towards you and tugs their hands so they sit across from you. Stan complains about his knees, and Ford asks Dipper exactly why the pig and goat are betrothed. Fits with what you know about them both at this point. Mabel makes away with the wedding, and you sit cross-legged, the pillow and glow stick rings on your lap. Every so often, Mabel stifles a theatrical sob, wiping a very real tear from her eye, before she turns to you for the rings. Oh, Mabel, how should the betrothed wear their rings, since they don't have ring fingers? Put them where you think they fit best. I remember, well, you know what, let's do something else. Let's just put them on their heads. You stand and carefully place one ring atop each animal's heads. The Kings of Gravity falls. Almost immediately after that, both of them shake their heads and the rings predictably fall off. Maybe not. Aw, they look so cute like that, though. Mabel gasps, the bright eyes wide with an idea. Maybe I'll make them crowns so they can really be royalty. Oh, that's pretty good. Dipper reappears with a new camera, and Mabel throws more rose petals at him. A few get stuck to his fluffy hat, and he rolls his eyes, but retaliates by taking a very close-up picture, the flash temporarily blinding her. Hey, save the film for the newlyweds! I need plenty of pictures for my scrapbook! You owe me a new camera for this, Mabel. He sounds annoyed, but his fond sibling smile gives him way, and he starts taking pictures of the happy couple, getting odd angles as Mabel pushes them into silly poses. You step away from the scene and go back into the house. Being a ring bearer is thirsty work, but Stan and Ford stop you before you make it to the door. Hey, Ticket. Thanks for playing along with Mabel with the whole wedding thing. We're both glad you're willing to entertain her whenever she's gone. Or whenever we're gone. She didn't, make you do it, did she? Oh, she didn't. She needed a ring bearer, so I stepped up to help. Stan and Ford arch matching eyebrows at you. I'm very invested in the marriage of a goat and a pig, you know. The three of you laugh, and Stan pats your shoulder. Ford gives you a warm smile. Well, I'm glad you're as into it. God, this sentence. This one stumbled me last time. It's gonna get me again. Well, I'm glad you're as into all that as she is. Thank you for that. Yeah, kid. It's nice of you to be, nice to her, you know? Ford takes a step forward on the patio, peering down at you through his cracked glasses. You'd be somewhat intimidated if it wasn't for the fact that he's blushing. I appreciate you occupied the kids for Stanley and I while we were out. Both of them seem to like having you around. You grin at him with a shrug. It's no problem. They're fun to hang out with, even if I'm gonna have some strange photos in Mabel's scrapbook at the end of it. Ford smiles, sweet and almost kind. It's your turn to turn red when he looks at you like that. Oh, he's so cute. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got things to get back to. Yes. He walks past you and into the house, Stan following soon after. Stan elbows Ford, and it looks like he mutters something to him, but you can't hear what it was. Whatever he said, Ford looks scandalized! I'm just imagining, just elbow, and then the lean in, and he goes, "You wanna fuck our guest?" And Ford goes, I do not. I am a celibate man. I feel like he's just such a chaste man. Because he's so wrapped up in his studies. Like, he'd hear one, perverse thing and he'd just be like, disgusting. Oh, man. Hey, Ticket, you're gonna miss the party. We got popsicles. I call the red ones. Pineapple ones are mine. I call dibs. But the pineapple ones are the best ones. Mabel and Stan wrestle over a yellow popsicle while Dipper contentedly unwraps a red one, holding it above his head and out of Gomper's way. Ford gingerly picks out a purple ice pop and leaves the ice chest open for you to grab one as well. While Stan and Mabel aren't looking, you hide the pineapple popsicles at the bottom of the chest. Dipper sees and starts laughing, but doesn't tell. They're a strange bunch, these two sets of Pines twins, but they're certainly making your summer a lot more exciting as your stay at the Mystery Shack continues. Your wreck of a car is sitting outside in the heat of the setting sun. It's another day of summer with nothing to do but wait. Your schedule is surprisingly clear today. Ford usually has something going on for you to help with, and if not, Stan, Seuss, or the kids do. Who do you want to find? Oh, we know who we gon' find. We know who we gon' find! We're gonna go find that hunky old nerd. You pass through the living room, and Mabel spots you from her seat at the table. Ticket! I was hoping I'd see you. Come on, I want to ask you something. Mabel points down at the table with a raspberry pink-colored pencil. Her art supplies scattered across the table lie across various sheets of paper with brightly colored doodles and lots of glitter. You see a drawing that looks like a cross between Barney and Godzilla, a page full of puppies, and a page with a drawing that looks kind of like you with... Is that Ford or Stan? Mabel's not finished with it yet, but the telltale jawline gives it away. You sit down at the table across from Mabel and suddenly get the same feeling that you get at a job interview. It's intensified when she pushes her organized chaos of papers aside and steeples her fingers over the table's surface. Ticket, I'll be frank. I thought your name was Mabel. I've been trying to find a match for my grunkles for a while, but I never seem to get their matches made. Sorry, a match? But then it's like you were pulled from thin air, attracted to the shack by a magnet of love. It was a sign, but this week just made the chemistry you share with them obvious. You know who I'm talking about, right? Ford? Yes, yes, yes! Grunkle Ford's great with family, but he's still guarded. You're the first new person I've seen him actually get interested in. Maybe if you get to know him, he'll see that social interactions aren't so hard, and maybe love was on his horizon all along. Love? That's a jump to say, at least. And anyway, though you've had the chance to share some quality time with Ford, you still feel like there's a huge part of his story you're missing. How much do you even know about him anyway? And why do you want to know so much more? Mabel, Ford and I haven't spent all that much time together. Sure, we shared a couple adventures, but nothing. Adventures are the perfect bonding material. I know that firsthand. But you know what would really get this chemistry going? Talking to him? What? No. I'm thinking of something more romantic. Hold on. I'm getting an idea. I'll get everything ready, Ticket. You just focus on falling completely and utterly in love. Matchmaker Mabel's back in the game. Just as you exit the talk with Mabel, you run into Dipper right outside the living room. And it doesn't seem like an accident either. His arms are crossed and he's looking at you dubiously. Oh no. The DM. He's angry. So I heard about Mabel's plan. How do I just left the room. Yeah, well, word travels fast, and Mabel sends out mass update texts. His defensive posture softens a bit. Just tell me one thing. I know my grunkles can look after themselves, but can you promise me you won't hurt Grunkle Ford? You can trust me, I promise. Okay, Ticket, I'm remembering that. A text notification sounds and Dipper checks his phone. And be ready at any time for your date with Grunkle Ford? Ugh, this feels awkward enough. No offense, Ticket. It's just my Grunkle Ford actually going on a date? Do old people even date? Kinda hard to wrap my head around. I hope Mabel doesn't ask me for my help tomorrow. I have enough trouble trying to date for myself. Mabel calls from upstairs. Hey, Dip Top, I'm gonna need your help tomorrow. Well, never mind. During the next few days, you, Ford, and Dipper get further into the DD and more D campaign you left off on, and you have time to flesh Alex out to complement Tyros and Vernon on the team. Dipper tells you the 3-person troop is typically small for a Dungeons and More Dungeons group, but you've been getting the hang of the game, mostly from taking advantage of Ford's helpful nudges in the right direction. You've noticed Ford staring at you during the game sometimes, and you can't deny that you've been caught doing the same. After your, fateful chat with Mabel, you're on edge and wait for her to pull something out of her sleeve. Every time she bursts into the room with fistfuls of crayons, you jump at least a foot into the air. God. Imagine a child putting you at so much unease. But you've been doing your best to pretend everything's normal. Or at least as normal as it gets in Gravity Falls. You ventured out into town earlier today and did some tourist-worthy exploring, and ran into the Pines family at Greasy's diner about an hour later. According to a giddy Dipper and an exasperated Ford, a door to another plane has appeared in the fridge instead of food. Post-documentation and inspection, and lots of skeptical squinting from Dipper and complaints from Stan, Ford had suggested they all just wait it out. It was gone by the time you got back. You secretly hoped to catch a glimpse, but when you asked Ford about it, he reassured you it was nothing special. Wouldn't have even ranked among his top 10, he said, pushing his glasses up his nose. After that series of fridge-related events, the shack fell quiet. Dipper ventured out with his camera equipment, off to film something amazing, and stands in his office, checking in with his sources, whatever that means. That leaves you and Ford, both intently reading on the shack's patio. It's warm and comfortable, yet the overhang shields your eyes from the blinding summer sunlight. Oh, to be a cat on the warm porch in the middle of summer. You glance over at Ford. He looks calm and collected, same as he's been all week. Conversely, you've been a little nervous. Around him ever since Mabel's matchmaking interview. It's not that you haven't thought of him in that light before, it's that you've never planned on actually trying it out. You can always ask Mabel to call off the matchmaking thing. After spending the past couple days convinced that Mabel was going to spring an unavoidable romantic situation on you at a moment's notice, you'd rather not live with that kind of anxious anticipation. You settle back into your book, a paperback Ford lent you. It's a jargon-heavy sci-fi with an abstract cover you probably would have overlooked on a bookshelf, and you think you're about to see the first glimpse of the plot after a 3-chapter introduction. You go to turn the page of the book, but the back door slams open. Mabel explodes onto the porch, armed with oven mitts and an apron. "Ticket, Grunkle Ford! I need help and I need it now!" Ford sits up with a wide-eyed look, fixing his glasses that have been startled off the bridge of his nose. "What is it? Is something burning? Is something burning in the kitchen? I need help baking." Ford relaxes enough to leave a bookmark in his dog-eared novel and close it, but looks to Mabel with an air of bewilderment. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. The Eschet or Sharp-S? Sharp-S. Similar to German umlaut. Eset. So how's the Eset pronounced? The letter's pronounced S. Okay. Y'all gotta give me a second. So that would be Grüß dich, Eisen Fürstchen. Grüß dich. I know it's Grüß dich. That's for sure. Hassen Fürstchen. Hold on. I gotta. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I forgot. I'm typing on my Mac. Oh my god, my Mac does special characters so well. So Grüß dich, Hasenfürstchen. Okay, so I was more or less correct. I know a little bit about German, not that much. Grinda's throwing a Grüße party for Marius when he comes to visit, and I volunteered to make cupcakes. I was like, yeah, I could totally bake a batch of cupcakes. But as it turns out, smoke unfurls from the back doorway, inevitably followed by the screech of a fire alarm inside. Mabel wrings her mitted hands and winces guiltily. I can't. Mabel rushes back into the house, you and Ford coming close after. You reach the door in time to see Ford unruffled drag a chair over to the smoke detector and disable it as easily as flipping a light switch. As for the smoke, you go straight for the kitchen window and open it, fanning the smoke out of the house. Mabel looks guiltily at you both, attempting to waft the smoke out with her oven mitts. Now that you really look at her, you notice there's flour on her sweater, and the kitchen floor, and the kitchen counter, leading to one lopsided bag of flour surrounded by a similar mess of ingredients. Looks like you could use a hand, Mabel. Or, it looks like you could use a hand. Mabel, why didn't you ask for help much sooner? I'm sorry, Grunkle Ford. I wanted to make them myself. She wilts under exaggerated despair. But I need these cupcakes, and I need your help, she points at Ford. And your help! Mabel then moves her pointed finger to you. Oh dear. Both of you absolutely need to help me with this. She looks between the two of you with those Mabel patented puppy dog eyes and whatever will you had left to resist crumbles immediately. You pat her shoulder reassuringly. It's alright, Mabel. Baking is a difficult art, and even professionals have off days, and, you glance at the oven that's still leaking lingering smoke. I think adult supervision might be good right now. Mabel nods, looking between you and Ford. Well, it'll be easy peasy with you and Grunkle Ford helping me. You look to Ford, and Ford just looks questioningly to Mabel. Why would you need both of us, Mabel? Because we need to make like a bajillion of these. So many. This is a huge party. Plus, the more people that make them, the more love they will have. There needs to be so much love in these cupcakes. That doesn't. Please, Grunkle Ford. You and Ticket are super conveniently the only ones who can help me. Maybe Dipper. He's out filming. He won't be back till sunset. It's gotta be you two. Ford glances hopelessly out to the hallway for one moment, and Mabel gives you a conspiratorial wink while he's not looking, and then it dawns on you. This is your match-made date with Ford! Is it getting hot in here, or is it just the oven? Is the oven still on fire? Put out the fire. Well... Please, 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 Grunkle Ford! Ticket is already gonna help out. Right, Ticket? Yes. That's what I want. Heart picking up its pace, you hazard a look at Ford to find him looking oddly contemplative now compared to before. He looks to you for a fleeting moment. You catch out of the corner of his eye. His attention's back on Mabel by the time you register it, and Ford nods at her. Alright, what do we need to do? Yes! Okay, first rule in baking, wear an apron. There's never a wrong time to make a fashion statement. Mabel holds two aprons out, one scarlet red and the other white. You have absolutely no idea when Mabel even retrieved these aprons in the first place, but she's already picked out who gets which one. The red apron is tossed to you and the white one thrown to Ford. You put it on and look down at yourself to read upside down, "Burn, baby, burn," printed across your chest with a picture of a fiery grill beneath it. Fittingly, it smells a little like burning. Ford's apron has some green text you didn't quite catch, but as he loops it over his head and ties it, you can read it. God, that's so funny. What the fuck? You stifle a laugh as you read text, now clear over his broad chest. My other oven is a Bunsen. Fucking Bunsen burner. Cry. Oh, I get it, like Bunsen. Oh no, wait, I see a joke. Hey Ford, are you made of copper? It only takes a second for Ford to flush a pink with understanding, fiddling with the hem of his apron. I am a master in wordplay. Oh, Paladin Max is streaming. The Holy Order needs me. I love that message. Aha. Okay, Mabel. What's our next step? Second rule in baking is to know your recipe. It's got everything. The ingredients, the instructions, the temperature. Ford looks to the counter and picks up a piece of paper. You guess it's the recipe, judging by the frilly-looking photo of a 3-tiered cake on the back. He scans over the ingredients, confused. And the third rule in baking is to forget your recipe. But that's only if rule 2 doesn't work out. How are we looking, Grunkle Ford? I was worried we'd be short on sugar, but I think we'll make it. Are you switching recipes, Mabel? There are ingredients listed here that aren't already on the counter. Mabel laughs loudly and attempts to clap Ford on the shoulder. She only manages to reach his elbow. And you suddenly suspect that whatever baked good Mabel has burned in the oven earlier was a fabricated failure. You glance at the stovetop. An open box of store-bought cookies sitting on top confirms your suspicions. Oh, Grunkle Ford, you tell the best jokes. That wasn't a joke. Oh, look, we need flour! And I already have that out. Next. Ford reads out the list of ingredients aloud, and Mabel darts around the kitchen, gathering them as he calls them out. You set to work finding the utensils Mabel needs, searching through unfamiliar drawers she points out to you. After opening nearly every cupboard, you come up with an array of mismatched measuring cups, 2 half-teaspoons, and a dented tablespoon. Good enough. How many cupcakes do you need for tomorrow, Mabel? At least 100. You give her an undisguised look of incredulity, and Mabel sends back a series of gestures telling you to go along with it, pointing at Ford's thoughtful face and mouthing, "He bought it!" So since the recipe makes 20 to 25, we quintuple the recipe in case it's the 20. You'd rather have more than less. Exactly what I was thinking. If we play our cards right, we could get an exact 120, making full use of the cupcake pan each time. Love this nerd. You're bewildered that Ford doesn't question the quantity. Instead, he's starting to factor in how many acceptable cupcake pans you can find in the cupboards, grumbling as he searches through the clangs and dull thuds of other bakeware. Oof. When is the last time? Stanley. Ah, there they are. Looks like we have one that's rusted and one that hasn't. Take it and get the pan that's already in the oven. If we can manage to clean it... no, definitely uncleanable. It's totally burnt. Batter everywhere. Take it, can you... Mabel makes gestures to disposing evidence of her baking failure, and you wince but nod. Seizing your chance while Ford's back is turned, you open the oven, grab whatever's inside of the oven mitt, and rush outside to drop in the trash can midway around the shack. It turns out to be a couple store-bought cookies dropped in a muffin pan and left to burn to a crisp. You shake the cookies out into the trash, leaving you with a still hot but perfectly serviceable pan. Kurt's playing Team Fortress 2. He's home. Take the pan back and call it a miracle. I'm sorry, Mabel, but you need a fucking lot of cupcakes. You return to the kitchen. Look, the pan is actually fine. How lucky. Ford gives Mabel a musing look. Yes, how fortunate. Mabel gives Ford a winning smile, which must be enough because Ford lights up with a smile soon after, shaking his head fondly. You see that Ford has brought a mixing bowl out while you were gone and wiped away most of the excess flour from the counter. He settles back into the role of recipe reader now that you're back. I've already turned down the oven to the correct temperature. Mabel notably doesn't look sheepish in the slightest, still grinning in front of the mixing bowl. So our next step is to add butter. I'll measure it out. And so you settle into a rhythm. Mabel measures ingredients and tosses them in. Ford reads out the recipe, pausing occasionally to balance out Mabel's haphazard method of throwing ingredients into the bowl, and you mix everything into a suitable batter. 2 ingredients later, and you notice Ford rolls up his sleeves to his elbows as he worked. You could get used to the sight of him. Oh no. You don't notice Ford returning your stare until he clears his throat. Apparently your ogling lasted just a moment too long. Ticket? Yeah? I just added the first cup of flour. You can stir now. Oh, right. Ford adds another cup as you stir the ingredients together, trying to ignore how red your face feels. Aw, look at you two, working so well together. It's like you don't even need me to be perfect. You know she's talking about the matchmaking, but Ford doesn't take it that way. It's not entirely accurate. You're an essential member of our baking trio. This is cute. I like this. After all, who else is creative enough to come up with a unifying theme for all these cupcakes? You're right. I hadn't even thought about that yet. Mabel, standing on a chair next to Ford to reach the counter, hops up and sits at the edge of the counter. Lovey-dovey or lovey-dovey? I can't decide. While Mabel works it out with her creative genius, Ford scoops out the last cup of flour, going to wipe the excess back into the bag with his finger. Wait, I have the perfect idea! She lifts her arm in triumph and promptly sends Ford's heaped cup of flour flying. Ford fumbles to catch it, but ultimately fails, and the cup, along with the bag, falls into the mixing bowl, sending a mushroom cloud of flour into your faces. Flour cakes Ford's glasses along with his nose, cheeks, and forehead, and the front of his hair to the point to where the color is indistinguishable from his usual streak of gray. Mabel, thankfully sitting to the side at her perch on the counter, only got half covered in the explosion of flour, even though she's already got various spots of flour all over her sweater. Oops. It's okay, Mabel. Here, take this and dust the floor off. Or flour off. Mabel attempts to brush flour off her sweater as Ford takes off his glasses, blowing puffs of white from the lenses and wiping them clean with the hem of his turtleneck. He manages to clear out most of the flour off his skin, but he missed a spot. Ford? I'm fine. I've had many messier adventures in my time than a bit of flour. No, that's not it. Oh, please. Yes. It's gonna be so romantic. You reach over and brush it out. Ford gives you an uncertain expression, but stands still, letting you make contact. Your fingers only run through his hair for a second, but it was enough time for you to register how fluffy and flowery it is. You can't help but smile. You can't help the smile that tugs at your lips as you finish. You just had some flour there. Did I? Mabel has stopped dusting herself off and is now looking between you and Ford with such anticipation you're getting self-conscious under her attention. Mabel, can we go back to making cupcakes? The tension in the kitchen is electric. Ford seems to notice too, because he takes an unnecessary step back and awkwardly clears his throat. Right, flour, mistake, let's fix it. The three of you take a moment to stare at the disaster zone on the counter. Looks like the only thing we can do now is guess how much flour was added and scale the amounts of the rest of the ingredients to match it. I was going to start over, but that's a brilliant idea, Ticket. Let's do it. Mabel, do you have another bowl for this operation? Good thing I found this mega big bowl for mixing. Mabel presents a vessel more akin to a tub than a mixing bowl. It's clean though, and Ford transfers the batter over. Good call, Mabel. Are you secretly a psychic? Nope. It's just a little thing I like to call the power of Mabel. She does exaggerated jazz hands, shaking off more flour in the process. The three of you laugh before beginning the post-flour mission. Due to the mishap, you now need 4 times the other ingredients to match the flour that got dumped in the bowl. An inconvenience, but not impossible. As you measure out more sugar, you spot Ford adding to the bowl by cracking 2 eggs at a time in each hand. Show off. The kitchen is quiet during the bustle of measuring, adding, and remixing, but after a couple of minutes, Mabel sighs. What's up, Mabel? I don't know, Ticket. It feels silly to talk about. Nothing is too silly. Well, that's a broad statement, but the point is we're willing to listen. Well, Grenda and Marius are throwing this party at Marius's yacht, right? You have no idea who either of these people are, but play along for Mabel's sake. Yeah? They're really getting into that romance zone. Grenda even told me that they kissed. Ford only gives this a mild acknowledgement, so you have to amp up the reaction zone. They did not. They did so? Can you believe that? I seriously cannot believe that. Ford looks lost as he continues to mix the batter together. And I'm really happy for Grenda, I am. But sometimes I feel a little jealous. Grenda's like one of my best friends. I don't get why I can't just be happy for her without feeling this way. No, that's so evil! No, everyone just feels like that, Mabel. You're fine. Do not let the jealousy simmer. It's not baking. All you can do is try your best to stay positive for her, even if you're feeling a little bitter inside. And just know that eventually this feeling will pass. Really, everyone gets this way, even with friends. Doesn't mean you're a bad friend or anything. Thanks, Ticket. Anyway, if this is about the romance, Mabel, you're only a teenager. You might feel like you're watching your friends get married and settled it. Ooh. God, that's actually me. Ah, shit. That doesn't start happening until you get to 20. I am 25. You're a wonderful girl. You're pretty, smart, and you can probably make a mean batch of cupcakes. I know that whoever you end up loving will be lucky to have you, and that perfect relationship will come your way. In time. Mabel seems to brighten and she smiles at you gratefully. Then she looks thoughtful. Getting married. I wonder when someone I know will get married. Alright, you little shit. Back to the cupcakes. She's non-specific, but Ford pointedly coughs into his fist. Wait, we need to make these cupcakes extra special before we bake them. I thought they already were. Weren't we going to split this into 3 parts, add food coloring, and marble them in? No, that's just special. I'm thinking extra special. I'm thinking explosion rocks. You mean that tiny candy that makes your mouth all tingly? Exactly. I'm gonna go grab my supply. Mabel dashes out to get the candy, leaving you and Ford alone in the kitchen. Normally you'd expect the atmosphere to turn awkward, but you find yourself anticipating something instead. You give Ford a smile. Stupid handsome man, fix your fucking glasses. Good job calculating how much we needed to salvage the cupcakes. Ford laughs, leaning back against the counter. Oh, I just eyeballed it and adjusted it based on the batter's apparent viscosity. No calculation involved. And well, I couldn't let all our hard work go to waste after you suggested salvaging it. I don't get it. You wanted to start over? Well, I had a whole plan in mind. We were going to quintuple the recipe, and now it's more like octuple. But I think this was the better route to take. Now that I think about it, this was the last of our flour. Wait. Damn. Stanley needs flour for pancakes this week. Would he take cupcakes for breakfast instead? We're gonna have plenty of extra. Knowing him, I think the probability is very high. You're about to say something else, leaning in to continue the conversation, when Mabel re-enters the room. She's carrying a cardboard box stuffed to the brim with bright packets of explosion rocks. I'm back! Alright, let's add these puppies in and make some cupcake magic. That's obviously Pop Rocks. I'd put those in on top of the icing. Like, that sounds like a good idea, but I wouldn't put them in the mix. How do they bake? Mabel, I bet they don't even explode after they're baked. You and Ford start helping Mabel decant the explosion rocks into the batter. Ford glances at you. Whew! Excuse me. Oh my god. Romantic of me. Ford glances at you as you shake the last packet into the bowl. Both of you know that the consumers of these cupcakes will get an unpleasant surprise from them exploding in their mouth, especially since the multicolored candy makes the batter look like unassuming funfetti cupcakes. Then it's time to split the batter and marble them in the pan. The 3 colors Mabel chose are a deep purple, blue, and pink, which she says ties in perfectly with her theme. So are you going to tell us what the theme is yet? Nope! Let's get these in the oven. Ford picks up both pans and sticks them in the oven to bake. There's still plenty of batter in the mixing bowl. You barely skim the surface with the first batch. You and Ford share another look. Alright, it's time for the best part. Frosting. What kind do we have? It's not what kind do we have, it's what kind we're making. Mabel presents another recipe card. Oh jeez. Thankfully, the frosting is far easier to make than the batter. By the time you and Mabel separate the sugary result into a few different bowls for coloring, the first batch of cupcakes came out of the oven 10 minutes ago and have cooled on the counter. As Mabel puts it, they're ready to be Mabelified. Ford grins at her as he starts dyeing a bowl of icing bright pink. Decorating the cupcakes is by far the most fun part of the afternoon. The 3 of you sit around the kitchen table. Mabel purposefully sits you and Ford next to each other while she takes the remaining spot, and you use the different frosting tips to make designs on all the cupcakes. Mabel has finally revealed her theme to be outer space because space is full of romance, and this way I could say their compatibility is out of this world. So the 3 of you cover marbled cupcakes in a galaxy-worthy combination of colored frosting. This is so cute. I love space-themed shit. I want to do this with Lunar at some point, actually. That would be a really funny baking stream, is just space cupcakes. Ford, to put it simply, is delighted by the theme. You're pretty sure the constellations he painstakingly iced on his last 25 cupcakes would pass as illustrations in a stargazer's guide. In the middle of completing a second Orion. Orion! Orion's like my favorite constellation because no matter like what season it is, I can usually, like no matter where I am, what season it is, where I am, what time, as long as I can see the stars, I can usually point out where Orion is almost right away. Because I always see his belt. It's like his belt is the part of the constellation I see first, usually in the sky. In the middle of completing a second Orion, Ford gets some icing in his face. A drip of blue somehow made it onto his chin, probably from testing the icing to make sure it tasted good. It did, of course. Mabel kicks you from under the table. Ow! Shh! She nods her head at her grunkle, giving you a meaningful look that Ford completely misses. He wipes most of it off, but now there's a streak of blue on his cheek. I wipe it off for him. You've got some schmutz on your face. You've got something on your face. Mabel watches you both expectantly, but you aren't sure you have the guts to do what she really wants to have happen. And besides, you're not sure Ford's ready for that. You opt for plan B instead. Here, I'll get it. You reach over with a napkin and gently wipe the streak away, hoping he doesn't notice how your hand shakes with the nerves from the close proximity. Ford is also hyper-aware of how close the two of you are, and you can't ignore how his gaze drops from your eyes to your lips as you inch closer to wipe the icing away. There. I got it. Ford's cheeks almost match his sweater. Oh, thank you, Ticket. Eventually, the three of you finish decorating over 100 cupcakes. Looking at them all lined up on the counter, you can really see the decline in quality as you, Ford, and Mabel got worn out. The last few of frosting in solid colors with just a handful of star-shaped sprinkles on top. I can't believe we're finally done. Yes, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I've had enough of the night sky to last me the rest of the week. Oh, but we're not done! Mabel sounds just as peppy as she has all day, even though she must be just as tired as you and Ford. One last thing to do. Clean up, because we have a huge mess here. No, Grunkle, Ford, more important than that. More urgent, more desperately needed. Ford looks perplexed. What could that be? The glitter. Mabel pulls over a sizable tub of blue edible glitter that had been sitting at the back of the counter. Had been sitting at the back corner of the counter for, you're guessing, the whole afternoon you've been there. Unscrewing the lid reveals its sparkling, shiny contents. Each of you grab handfuls of glitter, sprinkling liberally over each cupcake. The only person who seems to be hesitating is Ford, who keeps stopping to attempt glitter gradients in order to keep his earlier icing work clear of glitter. Mabel always comes in after him, though, and fills in the blanks so the whole thing sparkles. Soon enough, the tub is left nearly empty. Great! All of these are for the party. Except this one's for Dipper, this one's for Grunkle Stan, and this one's for Waddles. Mabel puts the exceptions aside, and in the end, the three of you grab a cupcake each as a reward for the afternoon's hard work. You tap them together in a pseudo-toast and absolutely devour them. The cupcake tastes odd, but that's what makes it amazing. It's probably the explosion rocks. You can detect, the faint spice of love and adoration. A good, if not perfect, cupcake. The remaining cupcakes are strategically fitted into the pantry among the cheese boodles and various other snack foods, ready to be brought to the party tomorrow afternoon. Mabel stretches and yawns dramatically before grabbing a plate of cupcakes that have been set aside. Well, I better get these over to the boys. You know how Grunkle Stan gets when he smells something cooking and doesn't get a taste. You're not quite sure you do, but Ford nods knowingly, so it must be true. Anyway, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Thanks for the help. You're welcome for my help. Mabel sends a wink and a finger gun as she leaves. Your heart freezes in your chest as Ford looks at Mabel's exit with an unreadable look that faces you. I was not a part of this. She wrote me into this at the last second. Mabel, how could you do this to me? You betrayed me. You see, I know what's going on. This isn't the first time Mabel's tried to find my match. You can't find the words to express your mixture of relief and confusion. Ford explains. I suppose she's at that age where kids are thinking about romance and dating. Stanley and I are just two of her recent subjects for these compatibility experiments. Last time, Mabel reached out to Mermando to set me up with a merman. Really? A merman? For you? She didn't tell me what kind of situation it was, so I unknowingly grilled him with enough science queries about merpeople to send him back underwater with a grumpy burble. Ford gives you a small, genuine smile. But I can't say that it's been all bad. After all, you haven't managed to repeat that same kind of mistake here. Or I haven't managed to repeat that kind of mistake here. If you did, you'd be surprised about how much I know about merpeople. It is exactly nothing. You know what? How do you think this match is going? Use that big brain of yours. Ford shrugs, though he's sporting a light blush. I think this one has potential. Yes! Yes! I do a little whip and a nay-nay, and he just gets confused. You both look around the disaster scene of a kitchen. Since Mabel conveniently had other things to do, she left you and Ford with the task of cleaning everything. Ford rolls his sleeves up and adjusts his glasses. Come on, let's get this kitchen cleaned up. Hell yeah, we almost halfway! Let's go! You don't think you've been more nervous in your life. Mabel came with you yesterday when you went shopping for extra clothes, and Stan's mechanic skills left your car still being worked on, and you realized you needed more clothes than you packed. However, she managed to sneak in a relatively fancy set of clothes to add to your pile of summer-appropriate clothing, and she flourishes them in your direction with a wide, brace-faced grin. Ta-da! For tonight! You stare at the fancy outfit like it's going to jump out of Mabel's hands and attack you. Mabel, are you sure Ford agreed to this? Of course he did. I asked him and everything. He dropped whatever he was working on instantly, and it hit the other stuff on his desk, which fell on the floor, and then he said, I love to, but I'll need a fashion makeover. Please help me, Mabel. You're my favorite grandniece. Okay, so he actually said something else, but he said yes at the end of it. Now come on, I have to put the finishing touches on this perfect date. Get dressed and then come to the living room. Oh, God, Mabel. She shoves the clothes at you and leaves you in the room to get yourself ready. Oh no! Literally, yeah. You put on the outfit Mabel picked out for you and heads to the living room where Dipper promptly guards the way to the kitchen with his noodle arms. Mabel wants me to keep you in here until Great Uncle Ford is ready. Oh, okay. I'll stay here. You take a seat in Stan's recliner, trying to look relaxed and composed, but your shaking hands give way to Dipper, who's reading in front of the door. You look nice. I know Mabel picked it. I kinda helped. But it's nice. He's trying to distract you, sweet kid. You smile at him and he smiles back before returning to his book, The Field Guide on Bigfoot. Ticket! You can come in now! You jolt to your feet, heart in your throat. Honestly, got any advice, Dipper? Dipper stands up and awkwardly pats your hand. Just be yourself, Ticket. Great Uncle Ford likes you, I can tell. Trust me. Thank you, Dipper! He gently shoves you towards the kitchen door. It looms in front of you menacingly. Now go get him, Tiger. Was that weird to say? Good luck out there. Dating my great uncle. Gross. Anyway, with surprising strength, Dipper pushes you through the door as Mabel opens it. You stumble into the kitchen, look up, and oh god. Oh my god, he's in a suit. Oh my god, he looks so handsome. Oh my god, guys. I have his number. Wait. Oh god, Ford's dressed him too! He's in a three-piece suit with a maroon necktie. How did Mabel know your only weakness? Well, that and... wait. He has flowers. What is going on? Mabel, what have you done? You little scamp. You make eye contact after examining one another and you feel your face flush as red as his. Mabel beams, clapping her little hands together. Yay! Now it's the moment we've all been waiting for. The Mabel certified dinner date of dreams. I knew Grunkle Ford would be hopeless on a romantic dinner date on his own, so I'm here to make this one perfect. You only now notice that she's wearing a bright pink apron and something smells very burnt. Mabel? Dipper pushes you further into the kitchen and Mabel shoves Ford forward. The two of you stumble, almost colliding into one another. Ford straightens up and clears his throat. His face is as red as his tie. Well, these are for you, Ticket. You take a closer look at the bouquet and discover that a third of the bouquet are real flowers, look to have been picked from the outside of the shack. Another third are pipe cleaner flowers with glittery petals, and another third are origami lilies. Judging by both Ford and Dipper's paper cuts and Maple's sparkly sticky fingers, they collaborated to make your bouquet themselves. That's so sweet, though. This is the cutest thing you've seen in your life. It really is. How many paper cuts did you guys get from these, though? I'm worried. The worrier in me. Ford laughs, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand as you take the flowers from him. Quite a lot, unfortunately. Mabel found a tutorial on the line. Online, Grunkle Ford, online! Isn't that what I said? And Dipper and I worked on them yesterday. I'm gonna date this man. He doesn't even know how to say online. Cry. They're beautiful, Ford. Thank you. Ford blushes, grinning bashfully at you. And Dipper, of course. Dipper smiles at you too, but with an awkward laugh. Dipper takes the flowers off you and manages to stuff the bouquet into an empty 2-liter bottle of pit, sticking it in the middle of the table so you can't see Ford anymore once you sit down. You carefully scoot the vase to the side until Ford's pink cheeks and nervous expression are visible again, even if you're certain you look even more pink with embarrassment. Well, I'll leave you guys to it then. Chef Mabel, you ready?
Sure am, bro. So ready.
Mabel is standing on a stool and readying 2 plates of food, the contents of which you can't yet see, due to the mass of her hair in Dipper's hat. Ford waves at you and you turn to him, leaning forward so he can whisper to you. Do you have any idea what's going on over there? They're obviously planning to poison us with their spaghetti. No. She has a bowl of jelly beans, so whatever happens, I'm eating all those. Actually, no. I'm gonna say, as long as there's no Brussels sprouts, I'll pull through. Heh. Admirable. Hopefully there are no sprouts in there. Always hated those as a kid. Mabel whirls around and hops off the stool, brandishing 2 glasses of something disturbingly bubblegum pink. She places them down on the table with a flourish. Oh no. Oh no.
Ta-da! 2 tall glasses of maple juice.
Thanks. It's an avocado. Thanks. Such a delicacy. What ingredients did you use? You glance at Ford, giving him a face of play along. Please don't leave me alone in this. Oh, yes, Mabel. This looks truly exquisite. Pray tell, what's your method? Are the plastic dinosaurs and Monopoly pieces just decoration for this fine creation? Mabel is too busy giggling at you both to answer, and she thankfully doesn't notice that neither of you touch your drinks. Ford's too busy smiling at you from across the table as you ask Mabel about her secret ingredients for maple juice and whether she used a blender or a food processor to mix it all together, calling it a true work of art.
Anyways, on to the main course. Voila!
Mabel turns back to the stove and grabs 2 plates of food covered with cloth. She places one in front of Ford and one in front of you before stretching across the table and pulling both cloths off the plates at once. What awaits you on each plate is horrifying, to say the least. There's a pile of 3 very burnt chicken nuggets, dinosaur chicken nuggets, as if you'd be expecting anything else. Some half-wet, half-dry noodles with a slice of cheese draped across the top, and a handful of jelly beans, the special ingredient, of course.
The Mabel Special. I'm not a fancy cook, I'm just a cute little girl, but I slaved away at this romantic dinner for the 2 of you, dang it.
Mabel, Ford looks to you panicked. Ooh, taking a sip of the drink is a mistake. I don't want to touch the drink. I'll eat the burnt chicken nuggets out of everything here. I'm not exactly sure what to eat first.
There are so many choices. I suggest cleansing your palate with the jelly beans first, then digging right into the mac and cheese. I got that bit from one of those weird cooking shows Grunkle Stan left on TV when he fell asleep.
Now that's an idea I can get behind. The jelly beans, I mean. Not if I steal your jelly beans first. Ford arches a brow at you but grins at your pseudo-challenge. You can take my jelly beans, alright, over my burnt chicken nuggets. You're on. You and Ford dig into the jelly beans, going as far as to try to spear them on your forks to play the part of high cuisine. Ford seems to relax a little as the dinner continues, but once the last jelly bean has been eaten, the two of you go silent once again. Ford glances between you and the remains of the food, swallowing hard. Mabel rushes in to save the date.
Oh, of course! I forgot the sauces and stuff. Silly Mabel.
Mabel goes to the fridge and grabs bottles of ketchup and mustard, placing them on the table next to... Is that the blue glitter we used on the cupcakes?
Yep, you're lucky there's still some left.
Why is it here?
Garnish, silly.
I'll use... ketchup. A solid, if not boring, choice. The ketchup squirts over the top of the burnt nuggets, and with the scarlet sauce covering the most offensive burns, they are almost edible. Almost. Mabel looks at you both expectantly, like you're going to chow down on your dinners now that they've been appropriately sauced up.
Eat up, you've still got a lot of food left.
I will attempt to eat a burnt chicken nugget. You gingerly pick up one of the chicken nuggets and take a very, very small bite out of the edge. It's crispy and burnt, but edible to some extent. You swallow your bite and quickly take a sip of your drink. Ford stares at you in total awe, like you just defeated a Grimloblin with one punch. Mabel stares at you both bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, awaiting some sort of magic to happen. You swallow nervously and look to Ford before you cup your hand to the side of your mouth, hiding your mouth birds from Mabel's eye. I have an idea. You tap your head with your other hand, charading your idea further. Ford gestures across the table as if to say the floor is yours. Hey Mabel, what's Stan doing right now? Why does that matter? Well, it's just, I heard him calling her name a moment ago, so... Ford blinks at you confused. You widen your eyes at him, nodding. Oh yes, Mabel, I think that was Stanley calling you, wasn't it?
Was it really? Huh, I didn't hear anything. Let me go see what Grunkle Stan needs.
Mabel hops down from her stool and snaps her fingers at the two of you.
No canoodling while I'm gone, okay?
She... What do you mean canoodling? What do you mean canoodling? She leaves you both red-faced and stammering as she skips out the door. Ford turns to you, smiling nervously. Ticket, I know Mabel tried her best, but I'm not accustomed to the dating game, as Stan calls it. For the first time in a while, I don't know what to do. Do you? You stop, thinking for a moment. Dipper told you something earlier today. An idea in case the Mabel-certified first date of dreams went awry. You suppose this is the perfect moment to enact Plan B. Alright, but we gotta act fast. Watch my movements. You pick up your plate and struggle not to laugh as Ford mimics you almost perfectly, and shovel the contents of your dinner into Waddle's mouth. The piglet chews, swallows, and nuzzles your leg. Really? According to Dipper, Waddles will eat anything. You give him yours too, that way it looks like we ate. You hear footsteps thudding down the hallway. Mabel's on her way back, and quick! You gently push Waddles towards Ford, who quickly feeds him the rest of the dinner. Waddles snores happily at the two of you before settling between your feet, content and full. And I'm back! Hey you guys were just kidding around. What did you think of dinner? Waddles burps. Perfect. Absolutely delicious, Mabel. You're quite the chef, you know. Mabel beams happily at you both. Also, Mabel, can we take dessert to go? I want to take Ford somewhere on this date. Ford flushes scarlet at that. Mabel looks between the two of you and nods, waggling her eyebrows at you. Mabel, it's not what you think. I mean, it kind of is, but also it's not what you think.
You sly dog, of course.
With the popsicle each, you lead Ford away from the shack, away from town and up a hill. Where are we going? Oh, this is it. But you point upwards with your popsicle and... A meteor shower? The timing almost seemed too perfect. I didn't want to miss out on seeing it with you. You both blush as you sit down shoulder to shoulder. I'm surprised you went looking into meteor showers, Ticket. Well, after our last time searching for anomalies, I got curious about other celestial stuff. And also Dipper told me about it. Plan B. B for B-space. B-meteor shower. Ford laughs. That kid's bright. Twins are both very smart and very close for siblings. Ford pauses, and it's obvious there's something on his mind. What's the matter? Ford turns to you, his mouth open, as if he was going to say more, but he closes it. They're just... I'm surprised at how close they are. Practically inseparable. Stan and I were never like that. Seem like you are now. What happened? Well, we were very close. Best friends, but once we got into high school, things changed. You realize that Ford's hand is resting a few inches from yours. Casually. So casually that you're almost casual Fridays themselves. You scoot your hand closer to his, still too nervous to take it for yourself. Did something happen? Well, yes. Something happened. Ford sighs, leaning back on his palms. He noticed your hand near his, thinks for a moment, but decides to keep talking instead. Stan and I had plans since we were children. We're going to get on a boat and sail far away from our New Jersey home, far away from our family, friends, and everyone. Just him and me and the Stan of War, the boat we fixed up. I had a chance at admission to the college of my dreams. My other dreams, anyway. I always thought the Stan of War was a lost childhood fantasy, and that one day we'd grow up and go on our separate ways. We wouldn't be as close as we used to be. My acceptance into said college hinged on the results of my science fair project, a perpetual motion machine that I designed. The machine was flawless. The calculations were triple-checked. I had rehearsed my full presentation in preparation. I could practically see myself at that university, studying with endless resources at my disposal, and getting several doctorates. Ford sighs again, rubbing his temples. But? It was the day of the science fair. The admissions team from the university were there in front of me, ready to view the machine. I pull off the cloth cover, and it was broken. My entire future was ruined. Oh, Ford. A perpetual motion machine has one job: to not stop. The admissions team left, crossing me off their considerations, rejecting my entire presentation, my calculations, my hard work. My chances of going to my dream school scrapped. It wasn't until I found a bag of toffee peanuts on the ground that I realized Stan had something to do with it. After that, we didn't talk for 10 years. I went to university, but it wasn't exactly my first choice. It wasn't until I came to Gravity Falls that I saw Stan again, and he cuts himself off sharply, deep in reflection. He looks so heartbroken, so sad. Let him continue! He's telling a story! Don't try to romance him up while he's being sad! You stay quiet, watching him think. What happened when you saw Stan? Ford sucks in a deep breath. We fought. I hurt him. It wasn't on purpose, but I still hurt him. Then an accident happened, and I lost him again. I didn't see him for another 30 years after that. You're tempted to pry, to ask what the accident was, but Ford seems finished with the story. He swallows nervously, awaiting a response. People change. Ford looks up at you when you say that, brow furrowed. People change, Ford. You were a different person then. You've gone through so much since when you were in high school. I'm sure Stan didn't mean to break your machine or to upset you like he did. He just didn't want to lose his brother. He didn't want to be alone. Ford looks down in reflection. He didn't want to be alone. And neither did I. Ford exhales. He looked tired, wiser than you remember. The man you played dungeons, and more dungeons with seems to have disappeared. You're right, Ticket. I am? You are. I never looked at it like that. I never looked at you like that. You're smarter than I expected. Thank you? Man, it's hot up on this hill. Sweltering even. Maybe that's just you. Who knows? Well, I have my moments, I suppose. I don't mean that kind of smart, Ticket. I mean a different sort of smart. Kind and caring, and he suddenly realizes how close you both are. I've never met anyone as wonderful as you. Oh. Guys, it's happening. Guys. The feeling's mutual, Ford. True love's high five! I'm sorry. The wording of that answer is so funny. I'm tempted to pick it, but no. No. I feel like a hug is the most appropriate thing in this situation. I'm trying to go by what I would actually do in this situation. If I'm still trying to romance you, but I'm not trying to, I don't like pushing too hard. Kiss his cheek. Then again, with him you have to make the move. I feel like he needs a hug more than a kiss right now. I'm giving him a hug. You suddenly reach forward and wind your arms around Ford's shoulders, holding him close. He's surprised, frozen for a moment, before he returns the oh, man. I want a nice big hug. Oh, man. I'm gonna hug myself. Hold on. Oh, this is nice, actually. Everyone give yourself a nice hug. Know that you're loved. Oh, I just want to lay down. I'm taken out. I'm emotionally taken out. I'm unhugging myself. I'm emotionally going to break down. He smells like comfort! What? Ew! Some sort of musk. And of course, old books. Oh, old book smell is so good. I know, like, last time when I was talking about Stanley, I was like, oh, I love natural scents, except for leather. I really like leather. Leather's up there. Old book smell is also up there, because as a kid, all of the school books that my teachers would have were old as shit. They were old as sin. And so they had that old book smell. And so, like, the book glue is, like, it's got that, it's like old paper and a book glue that's like about ready to fall apart, and oh man, there's something about it that's just so comforting and nice. I also love this illustration, I'm not gonna lie. He's so handsome. I love a man in a suit. Thank you, Ticket. Pleasure's mine, Ford. Next time I'm going in for a smooch, though, you hear me? You're gonna get smooched, idiot! Nerd! The two of you head back towards the shack, hand in hand in a comfortable silence. Once you reach the door, Ford grinned sheepishly. I wanted to say thank you for tonight. For being there for me. Anytime, Ford. I had a great time. You stand at the door to his house like two teenagers on a first date. Well, you are, you suppose. And, hopefully we can have more dates like this. Ford flushes red at the mere mention of a date, which is so adorable you start laughing. Yes. We shall most definitely have to engage in more of these dates with you and myself dating. You smile at him and his blush further spreads to the tips of his ears. He exhales, tugging at his collar. Well, if I get to see you smile like that again, then I'd be happy to have more dates. It's your turn to flush pink, and you both laugh as the front door swings open. Standing in the doorway is Mabel, who looks relieved to see you both. Where did you go? I gave you the dessert and you abandoned me! You sly kids sneaking off to go have fun by yourselves. Did you have fun? You and Ford glance at each other, grinning. We certainly did. Eee, I'm so glad! Now come inside before you get bitten by mosquitoes! Dipper yells inside. Mine spell out... Does that spell dating? Both yourself and Ford shout, what? Simultaneously at that. He's making that up for comedic effect. They just look like a cat paw today. Dipper appears at the front door with Mabel, scratching at his arm. Yeah, I did. You want to see the cat paw, though? You turn to Ford, who looks very excited to see this connect the dots of mosquito bites. We'd love to, Dipper. I bet it doesn't have 6 toe beans. Ah! Toe beans! Come on, Dipper, I want to see now! Mabel grabs you, Dipper grabs Ford, and you're both tugged into the shack, your laughter echoing into the woods around the house. Looks like this is actually working out. I fucking love that. Oh my god. Oh, this game fills me with emotions. Oh my god. Okay. I had to clear off my mentions in my DMs. Alright, so we're at a little over 3.5 hours. So I think there's the section we're about to do, and then the ending. I think maybe one more section. So hopefully this will only take another hour, because I did skip 2 scenes. I know we've at least got one more date, and then the ending. The dates continue. In a quiet alcove of the Gravity Falls Library, and on the roof of the shack past midnight. They're simple compared to the production Mabel whipped up for the night of the meteor shower, but Ford seems more comfortable this way. And really, so are you. You've learned more about him, but it's like he's still holding something back. In your conversations, it feels less like he's just spent a year away sailing and more like he spent half his life in another universe. For instance, during that afternoon in the library, he'd attempted to print nearly 3 decades worth of academic papers in physics, and you had to remind him about the existence of PDF downloads and USB drives. But whatever past he's hiding, you're not sure you'll ever find out. The magic stands worked on your car has rendered it almost operational again, meaning that your time at Gravity Falls is coming to a close, and that today's the last date you'll have with Ford. Okay, so it is this section, and then one more. We can get through this. And it'll hopefully be like 4.5 hours versus the 6. You arrive at the Gravity Falls community pool just a minute after sunset. Pinks, oranges, and yellows streak across the sky like a splash of maple juice. Despite it being after hours for the community pool, the front gate is open. Thanks, Dipper. And you sidle inside, taking in the abandoned floaties and the one several times special edition soggy towel on the floor. A few minutes pass before Ford arrives, signaled by his accidental slip on said several times towel and a quiet curse at his clumsiness. Don't worry, I nearly stood on it too. Someone must have left it behind, though maybe for a good reason. He picks up the towel between a forefinger and thumb, and something sticky drips off Deep Chris's forehead. Ugh. Ugh. Ford shudders and drops it again. Children and their boy bands. Make sure Mabel's not around to hear that. I'm fairly certain she'd disown you. At least Baba actually had some good songs back in their day. Ford turns to you and you notice something. His curious expression softens as you stare at him, and he makes his way over to you, tilting his head down your direction. Curse him for being so dang tall and cute. Even though, Ford? Yes. You have a California fridge magnet stuck to your forehead. Ford immediately blushes bright red, eyes wide in surprise. Really? I'm gonna peel it off. You pull the magnet off his forehead, examine it for a moment, then lightly tap on his nose with it. He flushes a somehow deeper pink, grinning bashfully at you. There we go, there's the metal plate in his head working overtime. Ford sits on the edge of the pool and dangles his feet in, having not worn a swimsuit. You have one on under your clothing, but you're kind of nervous to get under it. I'm asking permission. May I, do that thing? To the thing. I'd like to swim. Please. You ask permission and awkwardly gesture towards your clothing. Ford stammers and stutters his way through a yes, you can get undressed and whatnot, as he promptly turns around to give you privacy. There should be a change. Well, I guess if it's after hours, they're locked. But scandalous! Scandalous old man! You notice, though, that he peeks just once. You don't comment on it, but you blush regardless. You sit with Ford at the edge of the pool, swinging your legs back and forth in the water. The two of you sit in silence for a moment. Do you go swimming a lot? Me? No. I used to swim a lot as a child, since we lived close to the ocean, but now, not really. Why not? Never at the time, I suppose. So I was so busy with my work, I never realized we even had a community pool until Mabel told me about it. It goes quiet again. Ford's hand skims across the surface of the water, tracing tiny waves with his fingers. He looks to be deep in thought, like something's troubling him. Ford, what's the matter? You need to get it out. He looks up at you, wide-eyed and blinking behind his thick glasses. Oh, nothing. Just thinking. You stay silent and instead start swirling your finger in the water too, occasionally curling your finger around his. It is an accident, of course. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, an accident. Eventually, you both stop messing with the water and leave your fingers linked together, which gradually turns into his hand taking yours, and all of your fingers intertwining, knuckles brushing against the water. Oh, that's sweet. Ford swallows. Out of the corner of your eye, you see his face is tinted pink, and it's probably not from the sunset. He seems nervous. More nervous than on your Mabel-certified date of dreams, which is strange considering the context. That one was pretty forced. Ford, do you trust me? The question comes in one breath out of nowhere. His grip on your hand tightens. Yes. Yes, I do. He rubs the back of his neck with a spray hand. A small, reflexive gesture, 6 fingers dipping beneath the high collar of his sweater. There are things I still haven't told you yet. Things about myself. Though I'm not sure you'd like. Things I'm not sure you'd like. Of course, there's Great Uncle Ford's side of things, what with Dipper and Mabel, but you, don't really know what happened to me while I was studying here 30 years ago. When you're ready, you can tell me. Ford, you don't have to go into detail about it if you aren't ready to. Ford looks down at the water, at his reflection. He frowns, closes his eyes, and thinks for a moment. You've proven yourself to be a good companion, to put it lightly. Of course, the whole dating thing. He blushes. Ford coughs when you start giggling. Well, what I mean is, there's nothing about you that could do me significant harm. Just wait until I peel off my human skin and become a lizard person. Within the set of species residing on this earth, there exists a race of lizard people, and surely they walk among us, Ticket. That subject is no joking matter. You stare at him, an eyebrow raised. Both of you burst out laughing, the sound echoing around the empty pool, and at the corner of your eye, you notice Ford scooting closer. Oh yeah? Closer? That's a song by 9 Inch Nails that I like. Ticket, you hadn't heard of Gravity Falls until you crashed into the shack because of my magnet gun, correct? I read about the shack being a tourist trap in Oregon, but that's about it. Gravity Falls wasn't even on my map. Why do you ask? That's to be expected. Most people don't know about Gravity Falls until they see it for themselves, or do elaborate research on it. Remember when we went hunting for the Mothman? How I warned you about the other creatures that could be found in the woods and around town? I'll never forget our grand adventure. Yes, our adventure. You think back to your first time hanging out and finding Mothman. You hadn't even known what Ford was like back then. Privately, you can consider it almost like a first date. Well, my point was, there are so many more oddities, bizarre creatures, geographical anomalies, secret societies, and strange townspeople. Like I've said before, this unique concentration of weirdness is what drew me to Gravity Falls in the first place, and made it the perfect place to conduct my research. Why is the weirdness centralized in Gravity Falls? Exactly! That's what I wondered. My biggest question during these studies was why? Why is this town so strange? I tried to find an answer, a unifying theory. that would pull my research together and finally grant me success. But I hit a wall in my search. I had no ideas, no leads, and with nothing and no one to help me until I found a being by the name of Bill Cipher. Oh God, his name dropped! It's the Triangle! He came to me in my dreams, claiming he was a godly muse, a friend, someone who could do a lot with a little help, and I believed him. Ford continues with a certain bitterness you've certainly never heard in his tone before. I put my unconditional trust in him. I asked for his wisdom, for his guidance, put him on a godly pedestal and worshipped him, even going so far as to litter my house with his image. Did you build the door? What happened to it? Well, when I consulted Bill about my unifying theory, he told me that my answer lay in another dimension, and that he could help me build a portal to it. Obviously, I built it without hesitation, without thought. Instead of being a doorway to a weirdness dimension, as I'd been led to believe, it turned out to be the nightmare realm. Bill's realm. He had tricked me. All he wanted was to cross into our dimension and model it all into his chaotic image. I shut the portal down before his plans could be realized, but it was too late. My mind was in shambles from Bill's influence. I should have ended it. I should have torn the portal down. But I had put so much into making it work. I hid the instructions for its operation instead. I tried to entrust a piece of it to Stanley, but after 10 years apart, Ford pauses, sucking in a deep breath. We fought. In the midst of it all, one of us pushed a button and pulled a switch. The portal was reactivated that day, and I was pulled into it. I spent 30 years in that portal. Years of searching for an answer to a new question. How to defeat Bill once and for all. But I was pulled back to this dimension, my home dimension, too early. And all this frustration came crashing down. In this tiny town in a grand multiverse, I truly believed I was meant for something more. Bill told me that I would change the world. I never questioned if it would be for better or for worse. You were doing what you thought was best. At the time, of course. I didn't realize the repercussions of my actions would be so catastrophic. But you did it, right? Did what? Built the portal, left, came back, etc. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. I did, yes, but I didn't do it alone. I was pulled back through the portal by Stanley himself, and Dipper and Mabel, of course. However, because the portal had been reactivated, Bill could enter our world at any time. I destroyed the portal device once and for all, but what was left was an interdimensional rift in space-time, left over from the portal's last operation. It had the potential to let Bill through to our dimension. I contained it, but the rift shattered. Bill entered the physical realm and wreaked havoc on Gravity Falls in an event called Weirdmageddon. What did you do? Me? I was captured, turned into a sideshow at the Devil's right hand while my family was left to deal with the remains of my grave mistake. It was the apocalypse, weirdness exploding from every corner, anomalies even I couldn't explain. Everywhere. It was all Bill's doing. But he breathes out, frustrated with himself. It was still my fault. As much as I want to go back on myself and say it wasn't, I still caused the whole thing. I brought Bill here. I helped him with his plan. Don't let this define you. You learned a lesson. Sometimes people don't have the best intentions at heart. By the sound of it, this Bill character has no heart. He's a demon, so no. It's a mark on your conscience and it hurts to remember, but you fixed your mistake. You stopped the world from ending, and you remembered that your family are some of the best dang people I've certainly ever met. And you get to be related to them. They are rather great. And even after all that, they still love you, don't they? Mabel set us up a romantic dinner. Dipper wrote you a Dungeons, and More Dungeons campaign. Stan, you know how much your twin brother cares for you. He built your entire portal back up and brought you home. Ford nods, squeezing your hand. It was awful and bad, and yeah, you messed up, but it doesn't define you. You're incredibly intelligent and fun to hang out with, and sure, sometimes I don't understand half the sciencey stuff that comes out of your mouth, but that's all a part of you, and that makes me like you all the same. Ford finally turns to look at you, and he winds an arm around your shoulder. Oh, we're getting closer. You scoot closer and complete the hug, draping your arm across his middle and hugging him tight. Thank you for listening to me ramble. It wasn't rambling, it was your life. but I'm very happy to learn more about you whenever you want to tell me more. Ford pauses, thinking. My favorite snack foods are jelly beans. I hate toffee peanuts. Honestly, I kinda guessed the whole jelly beans thing. Ford laughs and you laugh with him, nuzzling into his chest. You feel him swallow before he presses... Kiss! He kissed her forehead! Thank you. You're welcome, Ford. He smiles at you a moment longer, then it falls as he sobers. I suppose I wanted to tell you because you're leaving soon. The acknowledgement that in a matter of days your time in Gravity Falls would be over should feel final, but instead it only feels distant. You sit back, relinquishing Ford's embrace, and he speaks again. Ticket, what are you doing after all this? When you get your car back, what'll you do? I don't know. I'll see when I get there. It would be comforting to think that Ford will still be here in Gravity Falls for summers to come. But you recall that Stan and Ford don't even live on the land anymore. They'll be setting sail again, exploring the seas and documenting the oddities of the world. From what you've already heard about it, it's intense stuff that keeps them on the move and untethered. Can we stay in touch? Ford? Yes? Never mind. It was nothing. Let's just enjoy this. No! No! So you do, sunlight starting to bleed between the pine trees as the sun sets on your last night in Gravity Falls. Oh, I'm so sad. It's your last day in Gravity Falls, no. Weeks ago, you'd worried today would never come, but now that it's here, you don't know how to feel. Just yesterday, when Stan told you your car was good to go, you wanted to believe there was something still left for him to fix. And yesterday evening, after your final dinner with the whole Pines family and Seuss's back-breaking goodbye hug, you almost resigned yourself to letting go. But now, in the clarity of daylight, you realize these weird and wonderful people don't have to disappear from your life for good. You'll always have the memories, and you'll still be able to keep in touch through letters, packages, and video calls. They won't be able to get rid of you even. Too late, suckers, cherished friends for life. There's the fam. I thought you were bae, but it turns out you were just fam. Hopefully I'm bae. We'll find out if I'm bae. When you make your way out of the shack, you're met by the Pines and Waddles, all gathered beside a large tarp covering what you guess is your car. They're talking amongst themselves until they spot you. There he is! Thought you were gonna miss the big reveal. Now, you guys! Ford and Stan each take an end of the tarp, pulling it off with a flourish as Mabel and Dipper throw handfuls of confetti in the air. Ta-da! The reveal is indeed your car. Besides a couple of nicks here and there, it's hard to believe it's the same one you crashed just weeks ago. Heck, it probably runs better than it did when you first got it. It looks amazing! You take it all in, running your hands along the hood and marveling at the spotless windows. Ford, can I call you next time I need a tune-up? If this is what happens when you use that magnet gun, I might ask you to total my car more often. Ha! Yes, well, perhaps we can find a middle ground. Hey, no love for me, huh? Don't forget who got you out of this mess in the first place. I could never. Trust me, I'll think of you every time I use my windshield wipers without jamming the button. You laugh, giving Stan a big hug in gratitude. Thank you, Stan. You turn to the whole family, taking the moment in. Thanks to all of you for everything. It's been unforgettable. Familiar car keys back in hand, you unlock your car and load your belongings into the trunk. Mabel comes up and hands you a package wrapped entirely in ribbons and bows, winking. Just something to remember us by. Stan calls from where he stands with Ford to the left of your car. I don't know what it is, but it's from me too. And me. Dipper simply shoots you a thumbs up. When you look at the label on Mabel's gift, you see his name is already on it besides hers. Save it for later. Open it on the road after you leave. Or, well, after you stop at a rest stop, because you're driving. Please don't get into another accident. You tuck the gift back into the trunk on top of everything else, making sure it'll be safe from being crushed. After Mabel, Waddles comes up to you as well and snorts up at you. You give the little guy a loving pat. You're gonna miss that pig. I will miss that pig. You're really going to miss Gravity Falls too. And the D&D indeed! I don't know what to say except I guess you're about to say goodbye when Ford interrupts you. Ticket, wait. No, boy.
Come on, kids, back in the house. Nothing to see here.
Oh, but I want to see! Stan shoos the kids back into the shack, leaving Ford and you alone outside. Ford steps closer to face you. Oh, boy. It's happening. Guys, it's happening. Ticket. Never been great at relationships. In college, I ruined what chances I had, and anything after that is best left forgotten. But I think I want to try this with you, Ticket, if you'll have me. I want this too. I want you, old man! I think this'll work, and I want to keep in touch for it. I wanted to ask for your number ages ago, but the shack's landline isn't exactly private, and I don't think you own a cell phone. Ha! No, Stanley's the one who bothers with cellular phones for the kids' sake. But I connected my watch to the interweb, as they say, and you can send me electronic mail, or... Ford hands you a folded piece of paper, which parts of his cursive peeking out from its folds. You almost start to unfold it before Ford places a hand over yours. You can send me a letter. This one's just to start us off. You look up... We're gonna kiss him. You look up at him and feel the desire to kiss, 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 kiss. I warned you, old man! You lean up and give him a parting kissing on the cheek. When you step back, he's blushing. You know, Ticket, meeting you has made me incredibly glad that I made that mistake with the magnet gun. Not that stranding you here was a positive, but remember me, alright? Same to you. Don't forget me while you're off saving the world on the Stana War. Goodbye, Ford. Ford watches as you get in your car and start up the engine. You turn onto the road with ease, and in the rearview mirror see Ford waving goodbye, as well as Dipper, Mabel, and Stan from the shack. You smile at the sight and say a last goodbye into the quiet of your car, watching until you have to focus on the road once more. I'm sad. A little while longer and you're through town, back on the open road. A sign passes on the right, now leaving Gravity Falls. It's not until you're at the next rest stop that you think to open Mabel's gift, or will the Pines family gift. Oh, I didn't unlock all of his illustrations. I forget, why does he get 6 and Stan gets 5? And I only unlocked 3 of them. No, I already 100%ed this game like eons ago. I don't need to 100% it again. I don't need to 100% it again. I am resisting the urge. Now, I will do, because I did do the Stan Lee route for the rewritten game. They do have a Stanford route. I'm going to do that too. But I don't like the rewritten route as much as the default route. I like the default route as is. Yeah, like, it's nice to just have a little more closure, but I don't need it. I'm doing fine. Type in your name. Ticket. Welcome back to Gravity Falls, Ticket. It's not until you're at the next rest stop that you think to open Mabel's gift, or will the Pines family gift. Okay, right, this thing. A smile spreads across your face as you stare at the gifts in your hands. You'll definitely be putting these somewhere you'll see them every day. But you go still when your eyes fall on the photo. Ford lies on a cushy looking couch. Hold on. just a little bit quieter. There we go. Ford lies on a cushy-looking couch, a soft teal blanket draped over his legs and tucked between his back. He has a hand behind his head, smiling contentedly at a book propped between his fingers. His image alone makes your heart skip, and you find yourself rubbing a thumb across his chin. But as your finger moves, the glossy photo slips, and a white corner peeks out from behind it. Surprised, you tug at the newly exposed edge. When the second picture comes into full view, your breath catches in your throat. You and Ford sit opposite each other, you in the fancy outfit Mabel picked out for you, and Ford in his suit. It frames his well-defined torso, which puffs out as he laughs. You're both as red as the ketchup on the back counter. Mabel must have taken it when she left you two alone. The light in Ford's eyes makes your heart sink in your chest. It's strange, even though you're finally on the road again, something feels wrong. The cool breeze rustles the fragrant pine trees, bringing their scent in through the open window. It's fresh and gallant. It's Ford. You shake your head. Why do you feel like this? You're free again. You can finally finish your road trip. Where were you going? You sigh, placing the items in the front seat beside you. You give him one last glance before sliding the gear shift into drive again. Something tugs at you as you tick the turn signal with your pinky and accelerate back onto the empty road, but you usher the memories away. Well, you try to, at least. Your throat burns, but you swallow hard, suppressing the feeling. The evergreen scent is stronger now, and after a moment you can't... I'm sorry, that one tree with the mushrooms, like, I saw it for a second, was like, oh, it's a creature. The show does things to you. Like, I'm also looking, I've been looking for triangles, and thankfully there are no triangles, but, like, the fact that I have to look for triangles... Shaking my head. You reach over and roll up the window, your translucent reflection now more visible than the layered trees that fly by. Just you. You tighten your grip on the steering wheel, focusing on the sensation of your knuckles turning white, but the bumps on the backside of the leather ring fill the spaces between your fingers. The way your sweating palms slick the wheel is impossible to ignore. Something's tugging at you again, more forcefully this time, as if your whole body were somehow magnetically drawn to the world behind you, as if some invisible force were pulling you along. And then your car is driving itself again, swerving over the dashed lines that were just starting to appear. The tires squeal against the asphalt. You grab the wheel, fighting to pull your car back to the right side of the road, but it resists. Yanking again, you manage to get it back over the line, but your eyes go wide, because now it's heading too far to the right. You only have time to gasp, and your hands instinctively fly up in front of your face as your car bumps down off the road and skids into the trees. You're thrown forward, the seatbelt jerking you back into place as the car abruptly stops. When you finally open your eyes, you realize you're only inches from smashing bumper first into the thick trunk of an evergreen. It takes a moment for your lungs to force you to breathe again. Shaking, you thumb the seatbelt release until it clicks, and the strap rubs against your sore shoulders as it zips back into the slot. You push the door open, stumbling out of the car. As you regain your balance, leaning on the edge of the car door, you hear what sounds like crackling dirt and look up. A classic car waggles on its axles as it stops a short distance away from you, and out of the passenger side appears a familiar figure whose eyes are wide with worry through his thick lenses. Ford hurries towards you, his trench coat waving behind him. Suddenly you feel lighter, like a cavern in your chest is filling. "Ticket, are you all right?" You can't believe how relieved you are to hear his voice again. Oh my god, we have a normal hand as our little icon. Ford, what are you doing here? He sees the marks on your collarbone. Oh no, you're hurt. He slowly reaches for your shoulder, his hand stopping midair when you pull away, clutching the sore spot. I'm fine, really. It's just a little bruise. Besides, it isn't your fault. Actually, it is. He reaches into the depths of his coat pocket and pulls out the magnet gun. I'm sorry. I just didn't know how else to stop you. You stop rubbing your arm and raise an eyebrow. I mean, you could have called. Or honked. I acted in haste. Ticket, there's something I had to tell you. Yes? Well, I was wondering. Ford turns to look over his shoulder, and you follow his gaze to see Stan sitting in the driver's seat of his car, grinning and giving Ford a thumbs up. He's like, "Get it, bestie! Get it, bestie!" Ford takes a deep breath and turns back to you. Ticket, these past few weeks have been some of the strangest in my life, and that's certainly saying something. I've never been one for relationships, or this dating thing in general. I especially never would have expected to fall in love. Your heart is pounding against your chest now, and you're almost positive that if Ford was looking at you, you would be able to see it. Are you saying? Ford tugs at his collar, starting to nod. He finally looks you in the eyes again. Well, I've never felt this way before, so really I'm not entirely sure. But yes, I think I'm in love with you, Ticket. This one's already going smoother than Stan's, I'm not gonna lie. Your mouth falls open. Your heart is trying to escape your chest, beating so violently it could take you away with it. Ford. I don't feel this. I love you too. Ford, I love you too. Oh, the music's kicking in. This one feels way more organic than Stan's. I think that was my problem with Stan's, is it didn't... Like, this feels more like what would happen with him. Ford's eyes go alight, brighter than the sunshine off his cracked glasses. You do? You nod, an irrepressible smile reaching your lips. I'd really hoped you might say that. His eyes dart to his boots while his hand flies up to rub the back of his neck. I understand this may be a little... But I was wondering, would you want to stay in Gravity Falls with us? It's everything you ever wanted. Since getting stranded here, that is. Ford, I'd love to. Kiss, 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 kiss. I just realized with Stan, I'm way more shy. I'm like, oh, like, he can make the move. With Ford, I'm just like, come here and give me a kiss, you big old nerd. Ah, life is balanced, as it should be. The best of both worlds. I love it here. You walk up to Ford, hesitating when you get close. He seems to pick up on what you're implying because he clears his throat and rubs the back of his neck. Could I... Ford says nothing but nods, never looking away from you. Slowly you reach up and put your hand on his cheek, which is remarkably warm. You have to stand on your toes to reach this level, and even then you're a few inches too short. You stare up into his eyes, which flicker from your eyes to your lips. Then, to your surprise, he makes the first move! I'm so proud of him. You draw a sharp breath and move to him, closing the space between you! I'm sorry, my reaction was horrible, and I just now realized it. I'm so sorry. His kiss is so gentle, and oh, the music is making me feel things, even though it's been like a hot second. You draw out a sharp breath and move to him, closing the space between you. His kiss is so gentle, and he reaches up to stroke your cheek. You lean into the 6 fingers you've come to love so much, turning your head to more deeply press your lips to his. You feel him smile when your arms snake up around his neck. Whoa, Poindexter, I never knew you were such a romantic! Stan, shut the hell up! I'm gonna throw my shoe at your car! Ford pulls his lips from yours, redder than he's ever been. Stanley! What? I wasn't stopping you or anything. Alright, you lovebirds, get in here before I leave you behind. You and Ford pull away from each other, but he takes your hand in his, wrapping all 6 fingers around yours securely. Wait, what about my car? I was just about to ask that. I was like, what about the car? I'll come back and get it later. Just grab your stuff and throw it in the bag. You and Ford go to your car and you pop the trunk. Ford offers to carry a few of your suitcases, and you're only a little surprised when he manages to fit all 4 of them in just his 2 hands. He smiles, and you shut the trunk before following him back to Stan's car and loading them in. Stan insists you get the front seat, which leaves Ford squished in the back with the luggage. Wait. You chased me down and ran my car off the road just so you could see me again? Yep. Old Sixer here burst into my room like a maniac and begged me to drive him. In the backseat, Ford crosses his arms. Well as he can, giving his lack of elbow room. I did not beg, Stanley. Should have seen a kid, never seen the guy so panicked. Would you just play some music or something? You don't even like the stations I play. That's besides the point. Stan laughs and Ford blushes, irritated. You lean over to look at Ford and his expression instantly melts, replaced with a heart-wrenching smile. Thank you for bringing me back. Even if you nearly had to crash my car again to do it. Ford chuckles embarrassed. After a long quiet moment, his eyes catch yours again. I'm glad you'll be staying with us, Ticket. Me too. This feels like home now. Yeah, small towns will do that to you. Especially this one. Ooh, my voice fucking cracked. Hold on. Oh my god. Did y'all hear that shit? Oh my god, it cracked so bad. You and Ford smile at each other, both turning a little pink at the long gaze. You both know that the town has nothing to do with it. As the pine trees whiz past the window, you let out a long breath, settling deeper into your seat. It isn't long before a familiar mossy roof comes into view between the points of the passing evergreens. You sit up straighter. There it is. The Mystery Shack. Welcome back, kid. Dipper smiles, his hands stuffed in his pockets, and Mabel jumps up and down on the sagging front porch, scooping up waddles and waving his arms around excitedly. Stan pulls off the road and onto the gravel, the wheels scratching to a stop. As Stan gets out the car and goes to greet the kids, Ford appears outside your window, grinning through the glass before opening the door for you. He extends his hand and you take it without hesitation. He helps you to your feet and your hand is still in his warm grasp as you take back in the sight of the Mystery Shack. Ford smiles at you, squeezing your hand gently. Are you alright? You take a deep breath, your shoulders relaxing as a serene smile comes to your face. I'm perfect. Now this feels right. The end. Yee. It's just like the end of Gravity Falls. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. There is a semi-spicy image I have to get to. Guys, no way, you don't understand. Wait! Wait! The images that I missed, I'm looking them up on Google, they're so good! I did this once before, so I don't know why it matters to me so much, but like... Oh, y'all, I'm homosexual. I'm just a little berries and cream lad. Oh, I can't handle this. The club can't handle me right now. Except I can't handle the club right now. I'm gonna cry. Oh man, they're all so nice. There's the one of Ford reading the book. There's the one of him looking out over the lake. Don't cry. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. There's such nice fan art for this game, too. I don't know what you're talking about, but I can't say. Hi, Jalen. I am not about to cry over old men. No. 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 Wait a minute. All the things, I just finished the other route on the Grunkle dating sim, J-Lad. Get your mind out of the gutter. I love Gravity Falls dating, like gfdatingsim.tumblr.com is like the official Tumblr blog of the game. I love the banner that just says Gravity Falls fan project that lets you, yes you, date your choice of stand and forward. A, quote, very well crafted, meticulously thought out planned scenario that builds and builds and builds, unquote, from Alex Hirsch, creator of Gravity Falls, after viewing approximately 1/10 of the game. Because he really did play it and only experienced like the first chapter and was like, damn, this shit's intense. Like, I thought we were just gonna play this funny horny game. Yeah, but I'm looking at all the illustrations because I missed some of them. Oh, one of them is just deceased, slain, brought back to life, dead all over again. I once saw two men so beautiful I cried. The tags for this are so fucking funny. Oh man. Fair and valid. I'm I'm fucking vibing right now. Same. Except oh my god, there's so many fucking layers. I'm looking at the official Tumblr. There's so many fucking layers. Oh man, I missed some background art for the DD and more D. There was a monster in the trees! I was right! The fucking hide behind was in the trees! I didn't go insane! I did see him! Oh my god! I'm pissed off at myself, I didn't believe! I should have believed! Absolutely eating these fiber speeds. Also, I meant to say thriving. Fucking vibing. You meant, vibing, thriving. Same thing, kind of. Oh man, I'm happy and sad. I'm sad. Sappy. No, that's already a word. Sad P. Fuck. These words do not combine well. Oh man. I will look, I'm not this image feels, it's not that spicy. The image feels too spicy for me to out myself. But you can very easily find it if you look up the official art for this game, but there is one specific image that I didn't get for Grunkle Ford, where apparently you can get him into the pool water, and you guys can, like, swim around. And so there's, like, because he, you know, he didn't really bring a swimsuit, so he has to go shirtless. So he's shirtless in the water, and I am vibing. I thought I heard the bonk. I feel like it was so fucking quiet, though. I wish I could turn it up. I wish I could turn up individual noises, like, higher than they are. Some of my noises are so fucking quiet. You can't bonk me, J-Lad. You can't bonk me. Look, I am just... I have no excuses. I enjoy these two old men. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, J-Lad. Ooh, Jero's on. What if, he's doing a collab. I don't want to fuck up the vibes. I don't want to fuck up the vibes of the collab. If he was by himself, I would raid him. I do not wish to fuck up the vibes. Who wouldn't mind me having played? Mags is still going. Oh, I think he's shot. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. I think he's shiny hunting. Alright, we're gonna support Mags. We'll raid Jero another time, I promise. This time, however, we will be raiding Paladin Mags, who is shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet, which sounds like he's doing eggs and shit. Mags looking at shinies, yeah. Which I think it's actually harder to do the shinies and the eggs versus just finding them out in the overworld with how they work now, but I'm intimidated by picnics and sandwiches and the new breeding system, and I refuse to touch it. So... shrug? Either way, go say hi to Paladin Mags, give him a big hug, tell him hi, wish him good luck, give him all your luck. And I will see y'all hopefully tomorrow. Bye.